Very much, interpreters. Really appreciated. All channels well received. Thank you very much.
turn me on? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just be patient. We'll be starting in, I think, a minute. We're just checking that all our online speakers are with us.
Test mic. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. 3 to 1.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anriette Esterhuizen. I am from South Africa. I am associated with the Association for Progressive Communications. I'm the previous chair of the IGF MAG. And I've been involved in the Internet Governance Forum since the very beginning, which gives me the privilege of having seen national and regional IGFs first emerge with the European dialogue on internet governance, the African regional IGF, East African, I think was the first, and in the Asia Pacific and Latin American IGF. And then there just became this upsurge of bottom-up organized national and regional internet governance forums. And I think there's nothing that really tells the story of the value and the power of the internet governance forum more profoundly than national and regional IGF. So this is my first NRI session, so forgive me if I'm taking advantage of it, but I really want to commend and congratulate everyone who is involved in an NRI, because it's not easy. It's not easy to get the resources. It's not easy to get the volunteers. It's not easy to get the different stakeholder groups to participate. So this session today is about the principles for safeguarding and strengthening the core principles of a trusted internet. And to start us and make some opening remarks, another IGF veteran, a very valued colleague from Argentina, Olga Cavalli. She's our remote co-moderator. She got up very, very early in the morning. So Olga, I hope you have some good coffee. I personally think African coffee is better than Brazilian coffee. So I hope it's African coffee you have in your cup. But can you please give us some contextual opening remarks before we go to our NRI speakers? Welcome, Olga, and welcome all the online participants.
Thank you very much, Henriette. By the way, it's Colombian coffee. It's one of my favorites, but every time I go to Africa, I buy African coffee. And yes, I've been young for many years, and as you, we have seen the emerging of these beautiful meetings, with regional focus, with national focus. So the idea of this session today, and we don't want to take a lot of time of you, because then I know from the experience of the last year of this meeting that there's a lot of interest for different national and regional IGFs to speak and to share ideas and experiences, is how are we going to organize this session? We have like three
Olga,
special.
Olga,
Yes.
can you just
Can you
pause
hear
a
me?
minute? I don't see the transcript on the screen.
I don't see it either.
For those that are hard of hearing, like myself, or who do not have English, can our tech team just help us to make sure that the closed captions are up? Try again, please, Olga.
Yes, thank you very much, Henriette. I was saying that my coffee is from Colombia, but every time I go
That's
to
good.
Africa,
That's good
I
coffee.
buy African coffee. Can you see the transcript now? I don't see it in the screen.
We can't see the transcript,
maybe-
but I suggest you go ahead while we give our
Okay.
tech support a chance
Okay.
to bring the transcript
Okay.
up.
Yes, thank you very much. And by the way, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are here. It's 3 p.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm sleepy still, and in spite of the coffee. We will structure the session with the participation of a number of national and regional IGF representatives, and we will structure the participation in relation with three following areas. Share testimonials on what you see as the core principles which are important to build trust on the internet. This is the focus. How you to support the principles through policy making and acting, and how to support the principles through the technical side of the internet. I have some examples here for you to share. For example, address local specific issues related to global issues or local issues affecting these core principles of the internet. You can also share good practices or successful mitigation to harms. For security, for example, we can focus also on ethics of artificial intelligence, potential impacts on the internet of these policies, of these new emerging technologies. This is quite important for developing countries that in the case of Latin America, most of us are users of technology that is not developed locally, and we are developing these regulations right now. On the technical side, the role of internet exchange points for countries that are very with a big extension, like some countries in Latin America or other, like Argentina, for example, the IXPs play a fantastic role in helping with the traffic of the internet, how the IXPs promote local infrastructure and trusted internet in relation with ICT infrastructure and in your countries. Henriette, should we wait for the I don't see it in the screen so far.
I think, do we not have our speakers?
I see it now, and not in my screen, but it's a small screen in the right. I can see it below. I don't know if you can see it.
I think we have Natalie with us, so maybe we can start with her. And then I'll check if everyone else is with us. And on stage, I can tell you, Olga, we have Tijani, and we have Nigel Hickson, and we also have Jennifer Chung here for us in case we need her.
Okay. So who would start? I just didn't get the first name. I have a list, but I don't know if we have all the participants in the list.
Hi, Olga. I think Henriette was referring to me, and good morning to everyone.
We met in New York. You remember that?
Exactly. And I was actually in Addis over the last couple of days, but I returned yesterday home. So great to be able to join again online. So as I understand it, you first wanted me to talk about our principles and then later give a couple of good examples, right? So in a second round. Okay. So for us, the principles are sort of five principles are at our core. First is respect for human rights. So, I mean, we advocate always for an open, free, safe and secure internet, and this is really the free. So it's really that privacy, freedom of expression and access to information need to be respected. Then the rule of law. governments and companies should operate, obviously, within the rule of law and ensure that their actions are fair, transparent, and accountable. Then the third principle is multi-stakeholderism, and it's multi-stakeholder governance. And obviously the internet is governed in a multi-stakeholder way, but we also tend to do a lot of our policy making and a lot of practical operational things in a multi-stakeholder way, and even sort of the way we try to come up with new legislation. So that's obviously government, civil society, private sector, technical experts, universities, so the whole ecosystem. Then the fourth principle is openness and transparency. Governments and companies should be open and transparent in their decision-making processes and should provide clear and accessible information about their policies and practices. And obviously we see that sometimes that goes wrong, also within government. Then the fifth, the last one, and that's really the human-centric approach. Government and companies should prioritize the needs and rights of users and should ensure that their policies and practices are designed to serve the interests of individuals. And of course, we also see that there needs to be done more. But these are sort of the principles by which we design our policies. And then I'm happy to share a couple of more operational lessons learned, so others can perhaps learn from that. Back to you, Olga.
Thank you, Natalie. And I would like to commend the Netherlands for all the work that you do in relation with helping developing cybersecurity, different dialogue spaces, and helping countries to build regulations in relation to that. By the way, we met in New York at the time of the open-ended working group of the United Nations for cybersecurity. Thank you very much. I see Henriette is pointing to Benjamin or Tijani or Nigel. I
think we can have Benjamin from the Nigeria IGF.
Okay.
He's online
Hola,
and
hola.
ready to go.
Benjamin, the floor is yours.
Benjamin, you need to unmute yourself. Well, perhaps we should go to Tijani. He's sitting right here
Tijani?
next to us. Tijani, are you ready? North African Regional Internet Governance Forum. Here at the bottom.
Thank you very much. Yes. My name is Tijani Benjama. I am the chair of the MAG of the North African IGF. Today our mission is to speak about the core principles for a trusted, safe and secure internet. In my point of view, before speaking about that, about trust, secure and safe internet, we have to speak about internet first. First, we have to have internet. And in my opinion, the core principle of internet is its unicity. Internet is unique. And when internet becomes to be not unique, we will not have internet anymore. So the existence of internet is in its unicity. Okay, now we have a unique internet. It's okay. It should be used, because if it is not used, it is as if it doesn't exist. So another core principle is the access. Anyone in the world should have the infrastructure to access internet. Now that we have the internet, we have access to internet, physical access to internet. If the content is not accessible, it is as if we don't use internet. So the openness of internet is another core principle of the internet. So now we have an internet that can be used. It's okay. Now we speak about trust, safety and security of internet. In my opinion, the first core principle is human rights. The rights of anyone in the globe should be protected on internet. If it is not protected, internet is not trusted at all. Second, very important principle is the confidentiality. I know that we have technical means to overcome this issue, but I can tell you that whatever the complexity of the model of encryption you are using, there is always someone who can decrypt it. So it's right that it is a good tool, but it is not sufficient. And in my point of view, it's not an issue, a technical issue, it is more an ethical issue and sometimes a political issue. The other core principle is the privacy. Means no surveillance. You know that surveillance destroys the trust. And internet is not trusted when there is surveillance. And when I say internet users, I don't mean individual users only. I mean companies, I mean organizations, I mean states, I mean everything. Every user, every kind of user. The other core principle is the data protection. You know that now, I think there is more or less a war of data. People are fighting for the data. If there is an illegitimate collect of data, illegitimate processing of data, illegitimate transfer of data, this will make internet not trusted, because our data is used by other people, and they are not always used for the good reasons. So the principles that I just mentioned, the breach of these principles, led some people, some good people, honest people, I'm not speaking about the other, I will speak about them later, think that the solution for these breaches is digital sovereignty. And digital sovereignty will make little bit some borders for the use of internet, and it is contrary to the principle of the internet. Internet is cross-border. On the other side, there are people who think that any kind of digital sovereignty will lead to the internet fragmentation. And they are right, because it might lead to that. And this, I hear also, I am speaking about fair and honest people. Because if you want, there are also unfair people. There are, for example, dictatorial regime who wants to close the internet for their people. And they ask for digital sovereignty. On the other side, there are also those who make these breaches, those who make the surveillance, those who take the data of people, who wants internet, who doesn't want the digital sovereignty. I am not talking about those. I am talking about honest people. And I think that those honest peoples can work together to reach an internet trusted, safe, and secure without fragmentation and without borders for the internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tijani. One point about content. I remember that the first domain in IDNs was in Arabic, and I found that very, very remarkable for the Arab-speaking community, and that was very interesting some years ago. But for me, that was a turning point. Not everyone writes in the way that some people like me think that we all write in the same way. So that was very good and very good for your community. So I have next. I have a list. I will call the first in the list, which is Youth Myanmar IGF, Ms. Pito TRL. Are you on site? Oh, sometimes it happens that you cannot unmute. It happened to me yesterday that I had to
I
speak
think,
in a
Phil,
session.
can I ask our tech support just to unmute and give right to speak? Thank you very much. It's done. Phil, I think you are ready to go.
Thank you so much. Um, Thank you everyone for giving me a chance to try the anion qualification session, although we are at UNI anyway. Today we are discussing about to be the trusted internet and so on. So I would like to share from the UNI perspective that what we see the internet is the way itself. I think we are uncertain whether we can trust the internet or not. Of course, it might be trusted itself, but when some people use the internet for hijacking people frequently, and sometimes taking on the advantage while heading to other people, while other people are trying to improve Santa Claus and pay for the safer and more trusted internet. For instance, there was a cybercrime that happened very recently in our country that the cybercriminal developed their application and hijacked people millions of money using that application. And then he was disappeared. So I think the core principles are very important because when we discuss such kinds of the cyber issues through the open discussion for finding the solution for our community, following by this principle, we can gather the young people from the diverse background without biases by listening to their different perspectives and then moving forward for fulfilling the community need as well as for a more secure and safer place for everyone. But depending on the various situations, the core principles are not very easy to follow us and meet all the time for those you and I who are facing some extraordinary stories or conditions in their countries or region and are still needing to work and we are still needing to work harder and harder for more engagements for collecting more input for building the trusted internet. And also my college, Jeremy is also here. So if we can get one more minute for him, I would like to add on his opinion on this matter as well. Thank you.
Thanks to you.
Jeremy, are you here?
Jeremy. You cannot unmute. This happens too frequently.
Tech support, can you please unmute for us or make co-host Jeremy, someone who's called Jeremy. His name is just Jeremy in the Zoom. If you make me co-host, I can help. Olga, let's just move on to someone else until they can enable Jeremy.
I think we have Benjamin. I think
yes.
we have
Can you hear
Benjamin.
me?
Oh, yes. I can
Yes.
hear you.
So I am Jeremy from IGF, Myanmar. I would like to continue what my colleague shared before. Actually, I believe that the developing internet-related policies is a bit difficult for quality input for the stakeholders. It should be a consensus among the stakeholders to follow it and then proceed the policy development process and finally to implement the policies. Actually, almost half of the world population is living in the Asia Pacific region. However, there is still needing to engage with more young people from establishing their local you analyze and then for supporting the principle through consensus for policy making and action. On the other hand, according to the Asia Pacific IGF summary report, we can also observe that there are challenges such as the lack of resources for engaging more young people to participate by means of the whole. Private sector support and collaboration are also much needed for hosting YGF in Asia Pacific region and the open discussion. Moreover, I think that the regulators and the policy makers are also as crucial as the other stakeholders. So the remaining stakeholders should suggest or advise the policy makers to develop internet-related policies, laws and regulations. Of course, the role of private sector is also crucial in the policy-making process. For example, more involvement of tech giants in the policy discussion or dialogue in the policy forums would be fruitful, listening to their opinions and engaging with them at the policy development level, then practicing through actions. That is my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you very much. And for we have a list of speakers, and then we have time for comments and questions from the audience. So I really beg you to be brief, and we are expecting one speaker per NRI. I have next Benjamin. Are you there, Benjamin, from Nigeria, IGF?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. From Nigeria, our consideration and contribution to the conversation is we believe that since the internet has become mainstream right now and in digital transformation, it's important that safety, as is all said, is guaranteed. However, we believe that it will be better if it's more empowering for our users, especially the young people, so that things like our language, our identity are reflected on the infrastructure that supports the internet. And in this way, we can easily and carefully protect ourselves. So those are the things we believe in. Also, we believe as data has become paramount in this phase of the world economy, it's important that users participate actively in data governance, in all the processes that surround decisions that is made to power this huge platform, huge ecosystem. In every area, individuals, youth, end users at various facets should be engaged actively and let their voice be reflected. Also, we just don't want the internet to be a tool of cultural hegemony, where a particular group of the society or the world just consume and cannot find their own real reflection on the platform, on the internet. And that's why we are hoping that moving forward, we will have tools that reflect our cultures, that reflect our identity, and it's ingrained in parts and parcels of all the tools we use. In this way, we are seen and we are represented, and surely too, our identity would also be protected if it reflects truly who we are. So these are some of the suggestions, and we are hoping that it will encourage the frameworks that will be developed or be agreed upon. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Benjamin. Thank you for being so concise and direct to the point. I think this idea of having tools that reflect our identity it's a fantastic role, a major role of the national regional IGF to focus on localities and languages and culture of each country and region. I don't know if Ms. Eka Kutside from Georgia IGF, from the Ministry of Economy of Georgia, is online or on site. Is she around? In the meantime, I can go to our colleague from Colombia, Ms. Marta Sanchez. Hola, Marta. From the Colombian ISOC chapter, and she's online. I can see her. I'm drinking Colombian coffee, Marta. Every time, if we went somewhere in the world, please bring me some coffee from Colombia. I always miss it. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Hola, Olga, espero que me estén oyendo.
Sí.
Qué bueno, Olga, sí, saludos desde Colombia. Y claro, envidia que estás tomando café de nuestro país. Te felicito, muy rico. Te conocí aquí en Colombia también en algún momento y qué bueno estar compartiendo en esta mesa. Y estoy hoy en representación de la Mesa de Gobernanza de Internet de Colombia y como parte del capítulo de Internet Society, pues tenemos como base fundamental el apoyo a tener una Internet abierta y confiable para todos. Entonces es un reto para Internet Society y para el capítulo Colombia y la mesa de gobernanza, pues la disminución de la confianza que está pasando actualmente por los usuarios y por todas las partes interesadas. No tenemos una seguridad básica en muchas de nuestras regiones y la filtración de datos y todos los ataques cibernéticos que están surgiendo actualmente, pues cada hace que minen la confianza de los usuarios. Y creemos desde Internet Society, obviamente, que para que Internet crezca debe haber una confianza totalmente desarrollada, tanto de los usuarios, los gobiernos y todas las múltiples partes interesadas. Y hemos venido pensando y trabajando en 4 pilares como principios de la confianza que quiero compartir hoy rápidamente. Uno es la confianza de los usuarios, en el cual se basa en que haya marcos de derechos humanos, que debe haber confidencialidad, que debe haber privacidad garantizada, que debe haber una protección del consumidor que usa el Internet, que debe haber una certeza legal para que los usuarios puedan participar del Internet sin dudas. Otro punto es tener unas redes confiables donde haya una seguridad, en este caso puede ser cibernética, donde hayan políticas y estructuras del gobierno que garanticen la seguridad y de todas las partes interesadas, así como una conexión confiable técnica de las redes entre sí de todo el Internet. Como tercer principio, están las tecnologías para la confianza, porque todo esto no puede ser solo palabras, sino también deben haber hechos. Y una de nuestras tecnologías más importantes que trabajamos desde Internet Society es el cifrado. Tener un cifrado puede garantizar esa confidencialidad que queremos los usuarios y prohibirlo, como está pasando en algunas partes, pues atenta contra este principio básico de la confianza en Internet. Y un cuarto punto y último es tener un ecosistema confiable. Y a esto me refiero a tener un sistema de gobernanza hecho por múltiples partes interesadas, como han hablado mis otros antecesores, tener inclusión de todas las partes y de todos los sectores, tener transparencia, basarnos en una responsabilidad compartida, ya que pues la responsabilidad es de todos, ¿no es cierto?, en el uso del Internet seguro y confiable, y además una colaboración de todas las partes interesadas, nacionales e internacionales. Entonces creo que estos son nuestros 4 puntos que quiero dejar como principios de la confianza que se manejan no solo desde Internet, sino también desde la mesa de gobernanza de Colombia. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Marta. Me parece muy importante el énfasis en temas de cifrado y seguridad, en especial también teniendo en cuenta la importancia de la concientización de los ciudadanos, de las empresas y de todos los stakeholders. Y en ese sentido creo que los IGF regionales y nacionales cumplen un rol fundamental para la concientización de la comunidad en general. I will switch to English now.
Olga, I will
it's
check.
easier for everyone. Yes.
Is the
yes.
Georgian IGF speaker in the room? I don't think so, Olga. You can go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Marta, and the Colombian IGF. And now I go to our dear colleague, Andrea Beccali from Italy IGF. Ciao, Andrea. Are you there around?
Yes, I'm here.
I have to just say, the Italy IGF is almost bigger than the global IGF. So it's really, we really have to congratulate you, Andrea, and also Concetina Casa. This has been an IGF that has really showed what a national IGF can do.
Good, good to know.
Thank you, and I'll convey your remarks to my colleagues. Indeed, what you can see on the background is actually the Italian IGF main session that just happened over a couple of weeks ago, and it's great to see all of you. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in presence, but it's it's as good as it gets with this remote participation, and it's always inspiring to be in these NRI sessions where you learn and always confront with other experiences, and you have really a taste of the variety of the internet across the globe. So for the core principles of the Italian IGF, I will start saying that in the Italian IGF we did a work of basically rewriting I'll call it almost a constitution of the IGF, a term of reference that takes inspiration from the global IGF. And so it enshrines all the principles of the global IGF on multi-stakeholder, bottom-up participation. It enshrines that in the modality of organization of the forum. And kind of we try to bring it along to the community of people that participate in the Italian IGF. In terms of larger core principles that we discussed and we support, being a European IGF, we kind of have a European framework that, in a way, directs us. So while, just a few years ago, regulation of the internet was something that was almost threatened but never happened, we are now living in an environment in Europe where there are a lot of regulation on different parts and particularly trying to ensure the core principles of the internet. So I'm not going to bore you with the acronyms, but regulation of defending the freedom of speech, or what is fake news, or what is the future of AI, or how do you have to the control and use of personal data, of the security of the internet. All these are part of regulatory initiatives. So what we try to do in the Italian IGF is to actually make the stakeholders aware, because not everybody is as passionate as we are in this environment in following what's happening in Brussels, what's happening at the regional framework on regulation, and often not even the policymakers are. So what we try to do is to bring those to discussions. We had them on main session in the Italian IGF. We had a main session actually on the Digital Services Act, where we invited the Director General of the European Commission that is leading this initiative. Actually, the approval of the Digital Services Act was actually happened just the day before the Italian IGF. But also, what we see in Italy is that the government is, as many other governments across the region and the world, is working on a national cybersecurity strategy, which which will, of course, take inspiration from the European directives and regulations, but it also kind of crafts particular requirements. So there is always some room for the interpretation for the national governments. So we actually hosted a session with them because we want to bring also to these national processes the multi-stakeholder approach, the variety of experiences into the process. It's not always easy, and particularly when it's in the field of security, there is this sense that this is something that the state has to do, and the top-down model is the one to go. I'm not saying that is completely wrong. Probably for certain issues it is, when you have police forces involved. But no, having a consultation on that, on this strategy is key, and that's what we did in the Italian IGF, and we continue to do. So I stop here on the core principles. As I said, we don't have much time, but it's always great to listen to the other experiences. Thank you all.
Okay. Grazie, Andrea. Thank you very much. It's good to know that the Italian IGF is so big and so important. I'm Argentinian, but I'm Italian also because of my four grandparents were Italian. So that's some part of my heart as well. Thank you very much for your remarks. And then we'll give the floor to my dear friend Nigel Hickson from the United Kingdom IGF. Are you around, Nigel? Nigel, are you in the room?
Yes, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you. And it's even more of a pleasure to be able to follow Andrea. Andrea, bonjour. I know that's not the right word, but that's what I used to work with Andrea, and it's a real privilege to follow him. Perhaps I could start by just showing you a movie. And if our good friends from the technical side of the house here could just show a brief clip of what happened at our UK IGF just recently.
I think tech team, if you can run the video that we gave you this morning now, please.
That would be really good. Because the video is better than me. I mean, well, you know, better than me talking. I mean, you know, sort of.
The UK Internet Governance Forum is an annual event, and it's specifically for multi-sector participation in discussion about internet governance and topical issues for the United Kingdom.
I've been here this morning talking to the conference about Labour's plans to ensure that the digital age works for everyone. I think the biggest discussion point is the online safety bill. I found it to be a very helpful discussion. It's helped me in thinking about what I'm going to do next.
My name's Sharon Gafka. People might recognise me from season 7 of Love Island, but I am also a violence against women and girls campaigner and celebrity ambassador to Refuge. I think the biggest discussion point surrounding online safety is how do we protect children, how do we protect young women, especially young girls online. A lot of young women are suffering with daily harassment and trolling. I myself, as a public figure, receive 3 unsolicited photos a day, so for me that's kind of, you know, one of the biggest talking points, but also a cause I'm very passionate about.
What we've seen here in the discussion is the very wide range of interest.
They're trying to correct the problem, but perhaps everyone should reflect. That's what it feels like if you are visually impaired and you participate in the IGF. So it's actually a good experience for us.
The UK Internet Governance Forum is an annual event, and it's specifically for multi-sector participation in discussion about internet governance and topical issues for the United Kingdom.
I've been here this morning talking to the conference about Labour's plans to ensure that the digital age works for everyone. I think the biggest discussion point is the online safety bill. I found it to be a very helpful discussion. It's helped me in thinking about what I'm going to do next.
My name's Sharon Gafka. People might recognise me from season 7 of Love Island, but I am also a violence against women and girls campaigner and celebrity ambassador to Refuge. I think the biggest discussion point surrounding online safety is how do we protect children, how do we protect young women, especially young girls online. A lot of young women are suffering with daily harassment and trolling. I myself, as a public figure, receive 3 unsolicited photos a day, so for me that's kind of, you know, one of the biggest talking points, but also a cause I'm very passionate about.
What we've seen here in the discussion is the very wide range of interest, you know, from safety concerns, how do we address self-harm and suicide as a problem, do we have to change the law to make sure we've got a proper regulatory standard, how is data gathered and used, you know, how will there be transparency, how do we have age verification tools for children when children don't have ID and credit cards, how do you get those things right? But the fact we had such an engaged conversation on such a wide range of really important topics that are part of the online safety debate, it shows you what a big issue this has become.
I think it's been fascinating. I've met some really interesting people. I've had some great discussions. The cost of living crisis, that's definitely a concern. If you're a student or working in some form of digital employment, then you need to also pay for Wi-Fi, and whether or not you'll be able to work and study effectively without having any sort of detrimental effect on your life.
AI is here in all its various forms, whether it's voice or face recognition, algorithms, machine learning. We need to make sure that it is deployed in a transparent, trustworthy and responsible way. And I think that that is what's being explored here today.
Thank you very much for playing that. And I'm going to be very brief speaking because I think some of those clips underlined some of the principles that we think should underpin the internet. And let me just go over a couple of sort of messages, if you like, from the UK IGF, which I think exemplify the principles that many of us have talked about in this room that should underpin our work on the internet. Safety online, absolutely critical, as we'd seen. I won't give UK examples. I'll give examples here in Africa at the WSIS Forum session earlier this week, an incredible session hosted by the ITU here. We heard about African parliamentarians that are now afraid to go online, that, if you like, can't interface with their constituents because of the hate speech that they receive. We must stop this. This is undermining our trust in the internet. The digital divide. How can we have principles if some of our population, 1 billion or so, are still not online? We must do more to connect those that are not online. Trust in encryption, as has been said by others. We need encryption for privacy, for the online experience, that we all need to have trust in what we do. And we need trust in encryption. No backdoors. We need trust in encryption. Data. We need trust in data. Yes, data is, many people say, is fueling the fourth industrial revolution. Data is incredible. Open data is enabling us to do things in our public services that we never were able to do. We take Google Maps for, we take it for granted. We take bus timetables for granted. It's incredible what data can do. But also we have to trust our data. And that is also in relation to artificial intelligence. Internet fragmentation. We have to have trust in the internet. We have to be able to reach the people we want to reach. That's a fundamental tenet of the internet, the end-to-end experience. We would not have the services we have today unless we have this end-to-end principle, and we must safeguard that. And internet fragmentation is something high on many of our agendas. And finally, it comes down to people. It comes down to all of us. What we do, what the difference that we make as people on the internet. Trust and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. And we have finished our list of speakers. I think we have heard a coincidence of several principles that are similar to several national and regional IGF, care for human rights, care for local content and culture, awareness in relation with cybersecurity, participation of young participants and young people, online safety and interoperability, the value of data and trust. So I think this is very interesting, and the first part of this session, I will give the floor now to my dear colleague, Henriette. The floor is yours, you continue.
Thank you very much, Olga. You can now have a bit more of that good Colombian coffee that you need this time of the day in Buenos Aires. So we are starting the open segment now. I just want to tell everyone we have 55 participants online, and I think in the room we have about 150, maybe, or just under 150. So just everyone have a sense of how many we are together online and on site. I'd like people to now ask questions and make comments very briefly and concisely, responding to two dimensions of these principles that have emerged from NRIs and their work. The first is, how do we support these principles through policy making and acting? So how do we concretize them? How do we integrate them into our policy work and into our internet practice and development? And secondly, how do we do this through the technical layer? So that really, those are the two dimensions. Concretizing these principles, integrating them into our work, firstly through policy making and through development and capacity building, and secondly at the technical layer. The floor is open. I know we have some NRIs in the room that want to speak, but I call people to put up their hands, and Olga will keep her eye on hands in the Zoom room. So I see a hand over there. I think, is that Nigel? My eyesight's not as bad as I thought. Please stand up, take the mic, or switch on your mic, introduce yourself, and make your contribution. Nigel's just getting his mic. Jennifer, why don't you start?
Hello? Yes, here I am. Thank you very much, Henriette, and on the screen. I am Nigel Casimir from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and we convene the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. So we are one of those regional IGFs, part of the NRI network. We basically subscribe to most of the principles, or all the principles essentially, that other speakers have stated. I would like to point out though that for the Caribbean, apart from things like open, accessible, trusted, and so on, a resilient internet is very, very important, because we have very vulnerable small island developing states. Our internet, we also want it to be useful and inclusive. So those are basically some of the principles that are very, very important to us, and we've been convening this CIGF since 2005 in order to harmonize the views of the Caribbean that went into the final session of WSIS, and we've been annual ever since. So we are actually, as a forum, 1 year older than this one. We had our 18th annual IGF in last August, and very interestingly, we included a Caribbean Youth IGF for the first time, a formal thing that was run by our youth, and we reached out to other small island developing states to form the first Small Island Developing States IGF. Now, the CTU, the Caribbean Telecoms Union, is in a fortunate position, and if I'm to address the questions that you just raised, Henriette, about supporting principles through policy development and also via the technical layer. So we have focused on, as I said, excuse me.
Can someone take Nigel some water?
Yes. Harmonizing regional principles, identifying issues of priority for the Caribbean in particular. And those issues of priority have included broadband infrastructure, the internet technical infrastructure, and this is the technical layer that you're talking about. We focus on legal frameworks, and very important for the useful and inclusive part are local content development and awareness and capacity building. And finally, research, and most recently now some outreach, as we've done to the other SIDS around the world. In the work that we've done, we've spawned at least 3 national IGFs in the Caribbean, and we've maintained linkages with them, so we have national and regional coordination going on there. Policy development. The CIGF has always focused on harmonized proposals coming out of our discussions, and we've documented these in a document that we call the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework, and we've updated that twice so far, and are just about to issue a 3rd release of it, because it evolves. Our priorities evolve as time goes on. We use the vehicle of the CTU, which is an intergovernmental organization, to impact our policymakers in all our members, our 20 members states of the Caribbean. So I think this vehicle of the CIGF has basically been very useful to inform our policymakers And as I mentioned, in terms of the priority listing that we've gone into there, we address policies, priorities for the Caribbean through all those areas, and including the technical layers as well. As far as the SIDS are concerned, we have offered the benefit of our 18 years of experience to support internet governance development in other SIDS. The 18th CIGF, which was held this year with the first SIDS IGF, we saw over 600 participants from 78 countries. And we worked with persons in SIDS in the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, and Pacific regions to put this together. And we addressed a lot of the policy development areas that are necessary for this open, accessible, trusted, and resilient, inclusive internet. The usual: cybersecurity, digital strategies, digital economy. The environment is very important for us as vulnerable SIDS, and telecoms regulatory issues. And we also looked at the way forward for this SIDS coordination. So I'll stop there for the moment.
Thanks, Nigel. Right. Natalie has her hand up. Natalie Jaarsma from the Netherlands. Natalie, do you want to respond to that or make a similar contribution? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Henriette. And I didn't want to respond to that. I already raised my hand, but it's really, this is what the IGF is about, I think, learning from each other, and it's really, really fantastic to listen to everybody. But I wanted to contribute to the sort of knowledge sharing here as well.
Natalie, speak a little bit slower, just a little bit slower for the interpreters, please.
Yeah, certainly, I will do so. So I wanted to share some of our experiences just for others to perhaps take advantage of that. On the principles that I shared earlier, on the policy making, let me talk a little bit about multi-stakeholderism, and then go into sort of the technical side that you've asked for, Henriette. So multi-stakeholderism, we really sort of include that in all our policy making, and specifically when we talk about capacity building. And I realize that there are a lot of people in the room, and of course one of the first speakers said, like, the principle of internet, the first one is to get access, and I think he's very right. But of course, once you get access, then you also open up the possibilities to be attacked, etc., etc. So then you need to be prepared. And so what we realized is, when we started to think about capacity building, we realized that it needs to be done in a multi-stakeholder way. So together with other countries, other stakeholders, we established then the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. And it's a really a group of members, like businesses, NGOs, so private sector NGOs, then governments, and sharing best practices, very practical. So from practical things like how to set up your first national cert, how to make it more mature, to what do you need to think about when you start drafting certain legislation, for example, on cybercrime. So very practical, really sharing experiences, and it's very much demand driven. So it's not sort of donors offering a lot, yeah, sure, online, but it's really a place where demand and donors and practitioners can come together and deliver. So the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Perhaps at a more sort of technical, the technical operational part, where I wanted to share a couple of examples, and those are more national. Some of my colleagues talked about internet.nl at a previous session. I think that's a very good example of multi-stakeholderism. It's a platform where technical standards are being shared to improve the security of your internet. And it is done with some seed funding from our Ministry of Economic Affairs. So sometimes some seed funding really helps, but now it's really driven by the multi-stakeholder community. And what is interesting is that other countries are now also using it because it's open source. Anybody can use it, and sometimes countries build a new front end because culturally that is more appropriate. But please have a look, internet.nl. Another example that you may want to have a look at is that when our police was confronted with a lot of the ransomware attacks, and I think that's a problem all over the world, they decided to work together with others, and they established a website where basically the keys to unlock your ransomware, so to remove it from your systems, are being shared. And of course, it doesn't contain all the keys, but at least you can check out that website first. So this is really for law enforcement people and people around in sort of that ecosystem, and that's called nomoreransom.org. So
Thanks,
I repeat,
Natalie.
nomoreransom.org.
Sorry, I have to ask you to wind up, please. We have less than half an hour left.
I just wanted to say, please reach out to IGF the Netherlands in the room, because they are capable of sharing more good examples. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Natalie. And Benjamin, I see you have your hand up, but let's take some more hands from the room. I really want to ask people to be brief, though. So let's go ahead. I think we have the Bangladesh national IGF. Let me just get a sense. Jennifer first, but we'll first just with Bangladesh, and we have this gentleman over there. Okay, good. Jennifer, you go.
Thank you, Henriette. My name is Jennifer Chung. I am the Secretariat for the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. And responding to the questions that Henriette posed earlier, and also responding also to the core internet principles that our esteemed colleagues have already mentioned, I guess, speaking from the Asia-Pacific point of view, we have over half of the world's population. The population of the world has just passed 8 billion. We have 4.7 billion living in the Asia-Pacific region, and only 2.5 billion of them are online. And looking at this statistic, you realize that there's so many people that are not there, that are not online, and we need to have them online. I think my colleague next to me, Tijani, has mentioned, if you're not there and you're not using the internet, how are we able to connect these people? And most of these people also don't have English as their first language. There are many, many languages in the Asia-Pacific region. There are many, many languages in the Africa region. So responding to the policy-making aspect of it, it actually marries the policy-making as well as the technical layer, how to get these people who do not speak English, do not use English as their native language online. And I think there's a very interesting and, of course, very multi-stakeholder effort going on with the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, where you are trying to work with engineers, you're working with people who code, you're working with big tech, you're working with civil society, you're working with linguists, trying to get this technical part of the internet to work for people who can surf, who people can look up their languages and also local content in their own language online. I think that really represents an amalgamation of what we're trying to achieve here as a core internet principle to be able to get these people online. Another thing that a lot of colleagues have touched upon is trust. And I think trust is being undermined right now. And I only want to talk about really that to be able to get these people online, there's the difficulties that are faced both politically and technically. There's the last mile connectivity issues, middle mile connectivity issues, as well as internet shutdowns. So I think collectively, in a multi-stakeholder way, we'll be able to try to solve these problems in the best way possible. And I guess this is the contribution for the APAC region. Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks very much. Remember, 2 very concise responses. How are you applying these principles in policy and technically? We'll have Bangladesh, then we'll go over to that woman there that I can't see, and then I'll go to the rest of you. Please be brief. Introduce yourself.
Very good morning, very good afternoon. My name is Simul Rahman. I am working with Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. Thank you, our honorable moderator, today's session, and you are also our great mentor also, and also panel member. Basically, Bangladesh IGF established in year of the 2006, and from the 2006, we have created a multi-stakeholder platform and also community. I would like to mention some communities here. Say, we have a kids community in Bangladesh, as well as youth IGF in Bangladesh, women IGF also working in Bangladesh, and we have created a parliamentarian caucus on internet governance with the initiative of Bangladesh IGF, and as well as we are running Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. So this is a community, Bangladesh IGF basically developing the community with a multi-stakeholder norms. Now I would like to raise in this morning 4 points to your kind consideration regarding NRI. So number 1 is, all of we know Secretary General of UN has declared already Global Digital Compact. So what is our position regarding NRI to the Global Digital Compact? Second one is the last 20 years, we achieved lots of good practices, good initiative, good activities. So now time to act to publish all knowledge with one book. This is one kind of evidence of NRI. Third one is, we have no strategic plan of NRI. So I think today's morning session endorsed to develop one strategic plan for NRI. Last one is, 2025, we are awaiting for WSIS review. So in this WSIS review process, what is our role? So we need to identify it. Thank you, our mentor, Henrietta,
Thanks
for allowing me.
Thanks, Bazlur. You went a little bit further than answering the questions, but I think those are topics that should be picked up by the NRI community in the coming year. That person over there, please introduce yourself and answer the 2 questions. How do you apply these principles nationally, technically, and in policy? Can we have a microphone over there, please? Just put up your hand so everyone, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Mine is just a question that I want to find out. We have a lot of, for the past 3-4 days, we've been talking about internet governance, data protection, IGF, what we need to do as a global society. But I have a challenge when it comes to Africa. Anyway, my name is Lydia Lamisia Kamara, I'm a member of Parliament of the Parliament of Ghana, and I am a member of APNIC and a member of the Communication Committee of the Ghanaian Parliament. We looked at the issue of internet governance and data protection. But we also know that in Africa we have a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to rural and urban development. The rural community of the Ghanaian economy is lacking behind when it comes to internet and data protection or data governance. So is there anything that the best practice that we are sharing together today from all over the world can be taken into other countries for us to also have what is good for the other places so that we can replicate it in Ghana and other African countries. Then another thing that I want us to look at is the fact that we as Africans, what can we do ourselves to make sure that we create this environment for equal opportunities for both the rural and the urban areas? Because it is from, if you look at it from the research point of view, the figures, the gap is too much, 25, 50%. It is not too good for we as Africans. And that if we really want to catch up with the rest of the world, we should be looking at a multi-stake approach with both government, stakeholders, the telecoms, to make sure that internet is accessible, is available, is affordable to the rural folk, so that we can all be part on this internet platform. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that question. We have less than 15 minutes left, but I would suggest that you talk a little bit with Nigel, because I think what we see in the Caribbean is how, after years of working at having national and regional IGFs and working with anchor institutions, from the regulatory institution to government to business, how they actually manage to share best practices. And I think, Nigel, you also talked about the small island developing states who face huge challenges, but they are slowly but surely able to share best practices and apply them. So maybe the two of you should just have coffee together after this session. But I think you're absolutely right. This gentleman over here.
Yes, good morning. My name is Saliu Mansere. I'm from the Sierra Leone IGF and also a member of the UK IGF as well. Firstly, on the issue of policy, I think making the IGF a lot more stakeholder aware, because to be honest, most of the time when we talk about stakeholders, we're almost talking in an it's sort of like just a community of IGF activists. For example, the conference we're here today, how many people globally are aware of IGF 2022? Not that many. We hold IGFs in our countries. Do we inform the greater community about those IGF sessions? No. So we need to ensure that if we want to have the relevance, here today we should be having CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera relating to not only our people who are using the internet, but also to the policymakers, so that they can hear us and know what we're talking about here. And that happened a few weeks ago with COP. It should be happening here as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Very valuable point. Olga?
Hello.
We can hear you. We have two hands online. We have Andrea wants to make a response and Benjamin. Benjamin from Nigeria IGF, I think you were first, but you have to be very brief, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you, Benjamin.
Okay. Thank you, Olga. In order to make a quick response to Henriette's questions, I think it would be fair for IGF and the NRIs to have some kind of evaluation tools to look at some of these principles or ideas we want to see permeate in our interventions, and yearly review these tools and see how each NRI is doing. And taking from what Niger has said too, I think NRIs would do well to collaborate with more advanced NRIs to see how agendas that are agreed, summaries that are agreed upon, or frameworks that we have decided to work with, or principles are being implemented in our countries, our societies, and we are seeing practical implementations of them. And this should be some of the things we should come back together when we congregate to discuss and see how to move forward, support those who are lagging in different areas, and gradually move towards the center. I think this is the only way we can either make this possible in policy making, technical approaches, and also what the Netherlands have also been doing, how we can see these best practices implemented at various NRI, and it should greatly be rewarded or encouraged when we see different NRIs ensuring this happens in their countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Benjamin. And I have to call out Benjamin. He was a participant in the first African School on Internet Governance, where he almost walked all the way from Nigeria to South Africa to participate in it. So, Benjamin, it has been a pleasure to see your work since 2013. Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henriette. I wanted just to quickly respond to the intervention from the gentleman before. I couldn't get his name, about the media participation and getting more people learn about the national IGF, and also what the MP from Ghana mentioned on what could be concrete impact. So on the latter, I completely agree with him, and we try to do that, and I think we succeeded in Italy, involving national media, calling them really both inviting the media to be there as a moderator for the sessions, but also reaching out to the local press, the national press, kind of making our case, and it worked. I mean, these are issues that are as relevant and as hot, and they get the attention of the audience as climate change. And it is true that for many years, this community has been probably too wonky, too technical, not really good in bridging the gap between, the internet, let's say, experts and the larger audience. So we did put that as a major challenge for us, and we are happy to share our experiences on how we did that and how it worked. So we went all the way to the national main news on public channels.
Thanks, Andrea.
On the,
can you wind up, please?
Just one thing. Yes, I'll wind up with one thing. So the IGF community is never done in a way, and governments comes and go. What I want to say is that Italy in 2015 was very far ahead, and we drafted a Charter of Internet Rights in 2015. It was very, it was a product of a multi-stakeholder consultation, and went to the parliament. It was adopted as a kind of as a kind of framework decision from the chambers, and then it sat there, and then I think 5 or 6 governments. We have a lot of governments changing in Italy, come and go, and it kind of stayed there, almost forgotten. What we do at the Italian IGF is that every time we call for the new government representative, we call different parties, we bring this back and we say, look, we had this work done, it needs to be taken in consideration, needs to be evolved, further discussed, and it kind of works. Sometimes you see these are thorny issues that not everybody wants to have a discussion with, even the European level. But we keep bringing it forward, and we don't mind being the one that bothers. And every year we have a session on the Internet Digital Charters of Rights, and every time we call the new government to be there and ask them what are they doing on that.
Thanks, Andreas. Sorry to cut you short, but thanks for making that comment, because I think without continuity, we cannot apply these principles either at the policy level or the technical level. And I think what we see from this example, and also from the Caribbean example, continuity is really the only way you get results. Expecting results in the short term, I think we see that from the Dutch and the UK as well. Many NRIs only really begin to show impact a few years into the process. We have a participant from UNICEF with a question. I think that, can we just get the mic to UNICEF to make their contribution? And please keep it brief, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am Yodit from UNICEF Ethiopia Country Office. I will be very precise. My question is about children, especially elementary children. Nowadays, even the school expose them to internet. There are home take assignment. So this has a huge risk of exposing them to toxic information. The last speaker on the podium, the panelist, said about trusting the system. Yes, human element always has bias and error. So we are not simply leaving to the school, guardian, or parents. So there should be a system. My question is there any system right now in place or in the future to protect them from toxic information, toxic data? Our children are very smart, even elementary children, very smart, grade 3, grade 4. But it doesn't mean they have the maturity level to sort out toxic information. So I'm thinking similar thing like I'm not robot, maybe I'm not minor anymore. So it's better to trust the system rather than trusting as a person. So is there anything in the system, like I'm not a robot, protect them? So thank you.
Thanks for that question, because we live in an era where children have rights, where we are in a stronger position to respect and honor their rights, but we also have to take that into account. I would like to point you, there's someone here from the Dynamic Coalition on child online safety. She's sitting here in the front of the room. So Yuta, put up your hand. Maybe the two of you can have coffee. And now, Nigel, maybe you can respond to that as well. So I now am going to take us into, I'm so sorry everyone, but we have to come to a close. I can't take more hands. Some of our panelists would like to respond, and then Olga and I will make some closing remarks. I'm very sorry. Can you be 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Just introduce yourself in literally 30 seconds. They're bringing you the mic. That's like 10 seconds gone already.
Okay. Hi, my name is Daraje. I'm from here. I'm just worried about the connectivity of internet in Africa. We're talking about security, cyber security, digital security, and so on and so on. That is for European or American who has gone through too far. So we, as an African, we have a connection problem. So what that this conference has a plan to resolve, to have resilient connectivity and so on.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
respond to that later. So thanks everyone. Sorry to cut people short. Nigel, do you have some responses? I think Jennifer, you have some responses. And I think Olga has some remarks she wants to make as well. I'm not sure, Tijani, if you have anything. Nigel, over to you.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Very brief indeed. I mean, the response to the, in terms of online safety, especially for children, is a fundamental problem I think our societies face. We must protect our children, but at the same time, we can't shield them from everything. We have to give them the opportunities that the internet envisions. And so it is a difficult problem indeed, but we have to have systems to put those protections in place. And as many of you know, the UK is putting through legislation on online safety. It's incredibly difficult to get it right, but perhaps some others can learn from us or learn from our mistakes. The second point I want to make in response to what my namesake Nigel made and others made about the vitality, about the continuity, about the excellence of what we are seeing across the NRI network. Yes, the challenges as well, but this is real democracy in action. Many of us that were around in the World Summit on Information Society in 2003 and 2005, I don't think, when we thought we could set up the IGF, or, we never thought that perhaps it would be like this national and regional democracy, this feeding process that many of you take part in. And so finally, I think it has to be a two-way process as well. The UN, IGF, has to learn from the NRIs, but the NRIs also can feed back the messages into their local communities that come from this marvelous conference as well. Thank you, Africa, for hosting us. This has been incredible.
Thanks, Nigel. It's a pleasure, but Africa is not a country. Just remember that. I'm just making a... Jennifer Tijani, very brief.
Okay, very brief. I realized that I forgot to mention another core principle, which is the public interest. Public interest should be on the top of all interests considered on internet, and it was supposed to be reached by the multi-stakeholder governance model, because the stakeholder come, sit with their interest, and discuss and reach a consensus. In this case, they will balance all the interests, and at the end, you will have the public interest that will be considered. So this is, in my point of view, a core principle for a good internet. Thank you.
Just in a quick response to our colleague over from UNICEF, we do have an NRI session on actions needed to keep our children safe online. If you want to hear more about what NRIs are doing, do come to CR6, it's 1:45. So just a quick response to all the colleagues that have already spoken. I think collectively the NRI network has a lot to offer, a lot to do, and a lot to learn from each other, as well as the IGF, as my colleague Nigel has very eloquently put. I think together it is really important for us to work towards making all the discussions we're having right now to affect actual policy in our national jurisdictions. And I think that's something we can have to do together. Back to you, Henriette.
Thanks very much. I'll respond to the question about the connectivity challenge and then make some summary remarks. I think we know how to address the connectivity challenge. I think we need our governments and all other stakeholders not to be ambivalent about the value of the internet. Yes, there are threats and there are challenges that we have to address, but we can only address them if everyone has access. We know that internet shutdowns doesn't work. We know that monopolies don't work. We know that competition, reducing the cost of access, having independent telecommunications regulators that enable a vibrant internet industry and market. We know it works. We know community networks and small de-linked networks work. We know we need solar power and renewable energy and off-grid power solutions if we're going to have the electricity that we need in Africa to have connectivity. We know we need human capacity, and we know we need money. But I think sometimes we are too obsessed with what we don't have, and we don't actually act and mobilize the resources that we do have. So frankly, I've been working in access for 30 years, and I think we know what to do. I'm just distressed that we are not doing it sufficiently at national, local, and continental level. So I'm happy to have coffee with you. I think what stood out for me was the commonality of the principles. There was a lot of overlap between the principles from the different NRIs, but also some differences, and I think those differences also tell a story. You know, the emphasis on the data wars that Tijani mentioned. And I think we saw excellent examples of how NRIs are applying these principles. The strong regional collaboration that you have in the Caribbean, for example, utilizing anchor institutions as they do in the Caribbean. The Netherlands' very strong emphasis on capacity building and using capacity building and collaboration with the technical standards community. You know, in every NRI, I think we saw excellent examples of how to apply these principles. I think that we just need to take home that it can be done, but that we need continuity. I think that was the point that also came up. We need to continue with NRIs. An NRI, you might have a bad NRI one year, don't give up. it can be better next year. It's hard work, but over time they have impact. We heard the point about reaching out, using the media, reaching audiences and actors that are not currently part of the conversation. That's a challenge for every NRI, and it's a challenge for the IGF as a whole. But change takes time, and I think we also need to acknowledge and appreciate the hard work that's being done. Olga, any last words from you?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Henriette, and congratulations to you and to all colleagues online and on-site. I would like to quote Jennifer: all NRIs have a lot to offer to the whole community and to the internet. We should let people know about the NRIs much more than what we do now. So we encourage the participation, and we encourage others to organize other NRIs. We never have to forget, and our colleague from Africa said that the rural population, especially for developing countries and in Latin America, that's a special issue to have in mind. And it's not bad to have the same issues, but as technology changes and all the synergic changes, having the same issues in the program is not bad, but you have to keep on evolving in reviewing all of them. And I would like to thank all of you for having me online, and I would like to be with you. I'm in my soul, I'm accompanying you there. And thank you for allowing me to chair this very interesting session. And thank you.
Thanks
and have a good day.
Thanks, Olga, and thanks to Colombia for the coffee that helped you be with us. Thanks to the interpreters, and thanks to our tech team. You're fantastic. It's not your fault that your laptop froze when the high bandwidth consuming UK IGF video came on. And thanks to everyone who participated, and all the speakers, all the NRIs, to Anya Gengo from the IGF Secretariat and the NRI coordination team. Sorry, I had to get a little, of course it was a local, the laptop froze. You know what happens? It happens Zoom. It takes up a lot of RAM. Yeah. And I found that before, and then if you're sharing a video or a file even, it kind of freezes.
So, yes, and they are all, Thomas is the moderator, Sunil is speaking, he is speaking, Yorna is speaking. Okay, Thomas. Yeah. Thank you very much. Anything else that can happen? No, we just want people to do normally when it's not over.
Bien, listo, canzoncini, pues ya estoy así con el cansancio.
Water. Oh, God help us. Alcohol and stomach is utterly to lose. Hmm? Yeah.
This is me. Yeah, I hear an echo. So yes, thank you, Adam and Amrita, for the introduction. I'll be very brief and basically start with giving the floor to the speakers. I think the key point is, as Adam has said, we have a chance here at this year's IGF to feed multi-stakeholder voices into a UN process, which is the work on a global digital compact. And I think we should try and work together all to produce input and produce messages that will then in the end hopefully be heard by the UN process. So with this, let me introduce the first speaker, which is Karine Pesset. She works for quite some time now on AI at the OECD. So Karine, please, the floor is yours. Okay, then we would move and hope she will join us soon. Then we would move to Professor Chilitsi Marvala, the next rector of the United Nations University starting from March next year.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and good morning from my side. Is still the morning to all of you. In the deployment of hybrid systems which focus on the convergence between human beings and machines, we need to be wider in our understanding of sources of human intelligence, if you will. The pandemic has certainly confirmed that we are in the midst of a deep and profound technological shift, and it indicated the global digital divide that keep us apart. Admittedly, however, when we hone into the African context, there is a distinct lag that needs to be addressed. It is imperative that we consider multiple perspectives in order to build more inclusive AI systems. The lag in development, infrastructure deficits, and vast scientific and technological gaps on the continent are in part symptomatic of this lag and the imposition of systems in Africa that do not necessarily speak to our own context. This is even exacerbated by the fact that in many places where these technologies are being developed, Africans are not even on the table. Guy Fu once warned that African countries with large poor populations face a frightening future dependency, and we should take him seriously. As he put it, the countries that are not in good shape are the countries that have perhaps a large population, but no AI, no technologies, no Google, no Tencent, no Baidu, no Alibaba, no Facebook, no Amazon, close quote. Thus, as we consider AI models, we must consider multiple sources of knowledge, ethics, and systems that inform the human component. I would argue that it is imperative to determine how we identify these needs in a manner that speaks to our differing contexts. In Africa, and indeed in South Africa, there is an argument to be made for operating according to our values based on the principle of Ubuntu. And Ubuntu, which is defined as a quality that includes the essential human virtue, compassion and humanity, presents as an alternative. This is not to say that this calls for a distinct system, but rather one that understands that although we are diverse, we are intricately linked to each other. While I use Africa as an example in this case, it is broader consideration and could also be viewed in terms of global north-south divide, for example. So we need to ensure that the data that is used to train AI systems is as inclusive as possible. And we have seen examples where AI systems are not able to recognize African faces well. And simply the reason for that is because there's simply far fewer database on African populations than database on the rest of the world. We need to be able to develop AI that is able to handle things like missing data, which is quite stuck in the African continent. Most of the models that are developed now assume that data is almost complete. Whereas when you are dealing in Africa, whether it is an AI system that is used in health, we need to understand that there is a gap when it comes to missing data. We need to also educate people. Ethics must be embedded in AI education. I think that is very, very important. We need to be able to do this. Our educational system must be multidisciplinary. It has to equip everyone almost as a right to be able to understand all these technological developments. Here at the University of Johannesburg, there's Vice Chancellor, outgoing Vice Chancellor. We have introduced a compulsory AI literacy course so that all our 50,000 students at the least understand where what this technology is all about. We need to understand the impact of AI in many aspects of our lives, whether it is in the future of work, whether it is in how it handles human relations, and embed that into our legislative framework so that our people can be protected. This, of course, requires our lawmakers to become more technically literate, something that the University of Johannesburg is doing, training some of our lawmakers in Southern Africa to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gilitsi, for this very relevant intervention, that we should not forget those that are not yet on the forefront on all of these technologies, those that are not represented or not sufficiently represented, at least in the data, which is one of the reasons for bias that we may get. So let me now see whether Karine Persay from OECD is ready.
Thank you, Thomas. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Thomas. I was actually here, but my camera was disabled. So I'm delighted to participate in this session today, and I'll jump right in with an overview. So back in May 2019, the OECD with partner countries and the G20 committed to 10 principles, the OECD AI principles. And since that point, we've been working to help countries operationalize these principles. The first 5 principles are values that AI systems should reflect and rights that should be protected. And here, these are things like inclusiveness, human rights, democracy, fairness, transparency, and explainability, and very importantly, accountability of AI actors for these. And these are, I think these principles were early in terms of intergovernmental agreements, but they're very aligned with many of the following agreements that are quite consistent, I would say, overall. And these principles also lay out 5 recommendations to governments to build AI ecosystems that can benefit societies, with policies, for example, to build a human capacity for AI, among others. So since early 2019, we've been trying to help operationalize these principles through a few initiatives. I'll just mention a few of them. One is the OECD.ai Policy Observatory, and that's an online platform with resources like a database of national AI policies that currently covers 69 countries, and we're looking to expand this coverage to other interested countries. And AI policies, as Mr. Marwala pointed out, will necessarily depend on each country's starting point. So policies for AI literacy and upskilling in Egypt, that I think Sally on the panel also knows very well, will differ from those in Finland, in Kenya, or in Colombia, but still valuable lessons can be learned oftentimes from other countries' experience. And this goes to Mr. Marwala's points, I think. So OECD.ai also has a section on worldwide AI trends to inform policies with data on what is happening. And what is happening is very interesting in the AI ecosystem, and it's not always what you'd expect. So, for example, we often talk about the United States and China, but India has become a major AI player in terms of AI skills and software development, and actually even on other characteristics, a real major player. We also conduct analytical work on lots of topics through a global multi-stakeholder network of experts and a working party on AI governance. And when I say global, I mean that's very inclusive in terms of, it includes, of course, OECD member countries, but it includes a lot of other countries around the world. And that conducts analysis, like, for example, many pieces of analysis, but I'll give a few examples. We're focusing right now on analysis of AI compute capacity and compute divide. We focus oftentimes on data and on models, but in fact, the actual physical infrastructure compute is AI compute, which is specific to AI, is an important enabler as well. Or on how to develop AI language resources for smaller and minority languages. Those are topics we're working on. And I'd also like to highlight active cooperation that we have with 8 partner IGOs, including the World Bank, UNESCO, the Inter-American Development Bank, and represented today also the Commission and Council of Europe. So the resources that we create together are at globalpolicy.ai. So that's my introduction. Back to you, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Karine. Our next speaker is, she has already been mentioned, is Radwan, Sally Radwan. She is coordinator of the African Union Working Group on AI, and as has been mentioned, she has been participating in the UNESCO's expert group working on the recommendation on ethics, and also has been an advisor to the Egyptian government on its AI strategy. So Sally, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be very concise and I'll focus on one specific point, which is the multilateral approaches to reaching a binding agreement on AI, a global binding agreement, I should say. Having been through a number of these multilateral processes myself, I tend to be deeply skeptical of the possibility of reaching one binding global agreement, but certainly not in one step. So not only do I think it's unrealistic, I don't think it's a particularly good idea. And I'll tell you why. So first of all, multilateral negotiations will inevitably be very long drawn to the point that they may become irrelevant or outdated even before they're produced. The second reason is they will always produce a very watered down version of basically what no one objects to, as opposed to what we actually want to achieve as a group. And then thirdly, they've always been steered and dominated by a small number of countries, no matter how hard we try to make them inclusive. And unfortunately, these are usually, but not always, Western countries, which creates, again, a feeling in the global South that we're being disadvantaged, we're being left out of the conversation, our priorities and values aren't being taken into account. What I can see working, since we're trying to be kind of an outcome-driven session here, what I can see working is a semi-bottom-up approach. So now we have several agreements around principles and values, such as the UNESCO one, the OECD, and many, many others. But I think in terms of binding agreements, they should first be formed at the regional or even sub-regional level. And this would ensure that all parts of the world get a say in a binding agreement. And they are at the same time much more realistic to achieve, because it's easier to get geographically close or like-minded countries to agree on something. Then there should be a forum of fora, so to speak, and it can't be driven by one region. It can be driven by one organization. It needs to be driven by the UN, which is why I think this is a particularly good forum to discuss this. And then we start building bridges between those regional agreements. We don't have to then come up with one single binding agreement for everyone, but at least define kind of interfaces for cross-border cooperation, for product and knowledge transfers, and so on. Just like we build interfaces between systems that use different types of data or formats, we can build interfaces and bridge gaps between regions. And part of these agreements should be the definition of standards of compliance. much along the lines, for example, of CE certifications for medical devices, which also include the classification. And Karim mentioned the work that the OECD has been done. They've started working on a framework for classifying AI systems, which I think can be a very good starting point for that. This classification can then lead to different requirements for things like transparency, auditability, etc. And it will be understood what each product is capable of or has undergone to reach a particular level of certification in a particular region. And then ideally, these will start to merge over time so that eventually we end up with 1, 2, maximum 3 global standards that are understandable to everyone, but take the needs of all countries into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you very much for this very interesting proposal of different steps that could lead us to developing something in common based on the work that has already been done by different institutions. And I'd like to directly now follow up on that with a short information about the Council of Europe and me. My role as the chair of one of the key committees is currently doing in this regard in one region. So for those that are not familiar with the Council of Europe, it is important to know that this is not the European Union. The Council of Europe is an intergovernmental organization with 46 member states with the goal to promote human rights, democracy, and rule of law. It has established more than 200 conventions and hundreds of soft law recommendations. And in the past few years, the Council of Europe has not only developed soft law guidance on AI in different sectors, it has spent 2-3 years to look into AI in general and think about what may be an appropriate legal framework for the development, design, and use of AI. Knowing, of course, that existing legal frameworks on human rights, on democracy, on rule of law, etc., are already applicable to AI, but there was a feeling that there were gaps in interpreting this framework, applying it to AI, and that an additional set of instruments may be needed. So the conclusion was that the Committee of Ministers decided that there should be a binding transversal instrument establishing a set of fundamental principles for the development, design, and use of AI based on the Council of Europe standards, so human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And this would be complemented by binding or non-binding instruments in the sectors, for instance, in the field of health, in the judicial system, or elsewhere where it is considered necessary. So the committee that I'm chairing has been mandated to work on a binding convention containing principles on AI, which should be based on the Council of Europe standards. But at the same time, it should be conducive to innovation. So it should be a tool that protects people, but that also allows them and the industry to flourish, to innovate. And it is important to know that this is not just an instrument for the European member states of this institution. It's an instrument where any country interested in upholding the same values can participate in the elaboration and can also then sign and ratify it and become a party to the convention. And in addition, which is the second point, which is important, we'll look at, given that all these regulatory frameworks that are discussed, all these principles build on a risk-based approach, on the idea of classifying systems according to risks or impact. We are also at the same time working on what we call HUDERIA, human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment. That will not be a specific instrument, but it will lay out the basic elements that such instruments could have, giving a shared umbrella for all that use such methodologic instruments, but allowing each country, each nation state to apply it and develop the specific model in its own way. So this is a contribution of the Council of Europe that we hope that will lead to something like Sally proposed. So with this, let me hand over to the next speaker in our panel, which is Jamila Venturini. She's Executive Director at Derechos Digitales. Thank you, Jamila. Thank you very much, Jamila, and thank you also for making the connection to data, of course, because AI systems cannot do anything but using the data that they are fed with. And again, this is, of course, the question of data governance has a big impact on what happens, what the effects of AI are. With this, let me move over to the next speaker, which is Jordanka Ivanova from the European Commission.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here with so many distinguished speakers and stakeholders. Indeed, as a representative of the European Commission and hence the European Union, we would like to stress the great support for this stakeholder event and discussion focusing on the need for human-centric approach to an AI regulation. In Europe, we put a big focus on artificial intelligence technology, and we have already in 2019 adopted key principles. Afterwards, we have moved forward, and last year we proposed a package which aims to create an ecosystem of trust with the first proposal for legislative framework for artificial intelligence, which is a horizontal one. It aims to address the risks that certain uses of this technology could pose to fundamental rights, health and safety, while enabling the beneficial uses and creating legal certainties and opportunities for uptake and innovation within the European single market. And we also create and follow the same risk-based approach by targeting our rules to applications that could pose such high risks and proposing specific binding requirements that are easy to operationalize and procedures for operators to ensure key principles that were also mentioned today, like data quality, documentation to ensure accountability, accuracy of the system, so we are sure that they perform well on European population and other also citizens and people who are placed in Europe, and they are safe for use. There are specific obligations, but we also rely a lot on standards in the future. And we are very much keen to cooperate with international partners so we can build this common understanding how to actually operationalize and implement those principles while taking into account also the need for inclusiveness and different region perspective on those issues. We also, besides this regulatory framework, we also have proposed a coordinated plan on artificial intelligence, as we think that it's not only principles and rules, but we also need very specific actions to support and create the ecosystem that enables the trustworthy development and use of those technologies. And here we propose a lot of measures for data, computing, facilities, skills, all those issues that are also very important in general and go well beyond also the principles and the regulatory rules. So maybe I stop with this, not to take more of that time, but just to want to conclude by saying that as European Union, we are very much keen on cooperating both at international level with key partners, and we do that bilaterally with many countries, but also in multilateral fora such as this forum, but also key other international organizations like Council of Europe, OECD, UN, for the progress that approach to trustworthy and human-centric AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordanka. And I've been reminded by the interpreters that we should all try, and that includes myself definitely as well, we should all try to speak a little slower. But this is the challenge. If we reduce or if we limit our speaking times, then of course we all tend to speak faster in order to get more of our messages across. But having said this, let me introduce the last let's say panelists in this session, and then we'll try to open up the discussion to involve as many of you that we can. And this is Sunil Abraham. He's Data Public Policy Director, Data Economy and Emerging Tech of the Meta in India, Asia Pacific. Thank you, Sunil.
Thanks so much, Thomas. And I'd like to begin by giving a little more color to Karin's characterization of India as a significant player as far as AI is concerned. Part of that comes from the very top. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi last year set a goal to train 1 million Indians in AI within the period of a single year. There is also movement as far as regulation and policy making is concerned. Our premier policy making think tank, Niti Aayog, has published 2 approach documents. The first one in Feb 2021 and the second one in August 2021. The first one focused on principles for responsible AI, and the second approach document focused on operationalizing these principles for responsible AI. And as your Danke and you, Thomas, have mentioned, Niti Aayog has also embraced a risk-based approach for regulating the harms that emerge out of AI. And what is important, at least for me to note, is that they have clearly said that where the risk of harms are low, then either policymakers should opt for regulatory forbearance or give market players the opportunity to lead with self-regulation. Now I'll quickly cover some of the work that is happening at Meta to address some of these harms and also to build and operationalize the principles. The first is an internal tool which is called Fairness Flow, which can be used to detect both model bias and training set bias, especially what Professor Marvala said about having bias in AI systems. This could be preempted by using this internal tool. And the point that your Danke made about building perhaps what we could call public digital goods for the ecosystem. We have 2 open source projects. One is Opacus, which is a free software library for training models with differential privacy, and then Captum, which is a free software library for model interpretability. As far as model explainability goes, Facebook has been adopting a particular approach which we call model cards. You can already see the model cards on our news feeds across Facebook and Instagram. And also when you are served an ad, you will see a little sign that says, why am I seeing this? That is the approach that we are using for model explainability at Meta. And to close, I would like to give a case study of the increasing use of open source, open science, and open data at Meta when it comes to AI development. The case study that I would like to use is a BlenderBot, which is a open source chatbot. As you know, most of these bots have a tendency or even a possibility of producing toxic and offensive speech. Part of the open science paradigm is to provide public demos of these models so that they can be tested by a global community. And perhaps this is in line with our philosophy when it comes to building the metaverse. As Meta, we don't believe we will build the metaverse alone. We believe that it's a collective global project. And similarly, we don't think that the challenges that AI poses will be solved in a solitary fashion, but rather in a collectivistic approach. And this approach of sharing IP in this open model allows for global technology transfer. And this again resonates with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of giving the greatest number of people the skills and visibility into these core technologies. Thanks again, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Sunil. So I think if I am trying to sum up what we've heard so far, I think we have a large number of principles, of guidance out there is mainly soft law. The EU is working on a regulatory tool for market regulation. The Council of Europe is working on a binding instrument laying out principles. The problem is that on one hand, the challenge is how to actually implement these principles, how to make sure that these principles are also interoperable across regions, across national borders. And what we've heard from several stakeholders from developing countries, that most of this work is driven by let's say, industrialized countries, stakeholders, be it the industry, be it governments, and the views and the needs and the situation and also the visions of let's say, the global south or developing countries are not necessarily heard enough. So at least this is my personal sense, if I may sum up what we've heard so far. We do have now some time, and I would like to open the floor now to all of us, that you can also, those in particular, those that have participated in the various sessions that have dealt with AI and new technologies, on contributing in particular with a view to, again, what this IGF could formulate as messages to feed into the Global Digital Compact, departing from where we stand now with a number of principles and guidance, with one global instrument from UNESCO that is the first one that has set some standards on ethics on a global level. But of course, this is maybe not sufficient. It is one important step, but it may not be sufficient to come to a global framework that allows to reflect all needs of all cultures, at the same time allows for a concrete way of dealing with AI by the industry, by regulatory authorities. And we've heard a proposal from Sally about how we could move forward to getting to a let's say, a shared way of dealing with AI, allowing AI to produce innovation, while at the same time trying to make sure that AI is used for the benefit of all people and to minimize impact. So what are the things that we need to do now? What are the message that you want to give to the world at this late moment in 2022? What is our situation? What do we need to do as next steps in order to turn this principle into something usable for everybody? Also knowing, again, that important element of how do we organize and the idea of classifying such volatile things as AI systems in a way that, in a workable way, legally, technically, that it is able to differentiate between applications that have no risk of harm at all, or very little, or very high, or even maybe too high. I think this is something that we're all struggling with on how to develop such a methodology and such systems. So let me open the floor to all of you to contribute to the discussion, with the aim then to, at the end, hopefully being able to summarize some key messages that we want to give into the Global Digital Compact. Now I need your help also of those. Yes, please, yes. Thank you very much, Silu, for this very interesting also comparison to the discussion on climate change, which is also, let's say, a global challenge, but has also elements of global opportunities. And also, again, the link to a data governance, to a global shared vision on how to deal with data, how to use AI with a view to SDGs, not only to make profit. Thank you very much for these very interesting suggestions. So there's another speaker I hear in the room. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm Rita. I'm sorry I couldn't turn on my video because the hosts have not allowed me to, but at least I've got my picture on the screen. I hosted the AI Ethics and Regulation panel on Wednesday with my co-panelists, Shamika from UNTAG, and also with Ed Santor, who's the former Australian Human Rights Commissioner of Australia. My background, I'm speaking both as a lawyer because I'm a qualified lawyer practicing in IT, been working on AI for many years and speaking in many places on AI. I'm also the president of the International Federation for Information Processing, IFIP, was created under the auspices of UNESCO 60 years ago. So we've got members countries across 5 continents, from the British Computer Society to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, South Africa, and so forth. So what I'm speaking is I've followed some of the AI sessions over the last couple of days, and I'd just like to summarize my thought, not just as an IT person, but as also a lawyer working in the space. I've followed the UNESCO Declaration of Ethics for some time, and I actually participate in some of that process. And I agree with Sally from Egypt that a lot of work has gone into it. It's not a legally binding document. It's another framework, but it's the most comprehensive framework that I've seen and worked on. And one of the unique features is the framework links to the regulatory aspect, because right now we don't have regulatory systems in many parts of our world. So the UNESCO's declaration is not a regulatory framework, but it allows you to link into regional, country, or state-specific laws that you might have. We saw over the last couple of days, people talk about the European Union. Yudanka, you spoke about that. That is probably the most advanced regulatory systems that we've got now in terms of proposed. The discussion has gone on for some time. And I think like the GDPR in Europe, I think the EU legislation, when it comes to force, will set the gold standard for the world, and you would have ripples throughout it, all the countries in the world. So that is the gold standard. I know the GDPR is talking about data privacy and protection, but it has ripple in many countries, including Brazil, Australia, where I'm based, and will continue to do so. I know that AI is the most complex of all the technologies that we've seen so far, because it has the ability to learn from data, ability to make decisions based on the data, and learn from its data experiences. So it's going to be more than a tool that we've experienced in the past. So in terms of legislation, I think Sally also mentioned, I think one of the speakers mentioned about regional bloc working together like in Africa to come up with some regulatory systems. I think that it's a very good idea, because to have one single law for the world at this stage, it's nearly impossible. It's like Sally said, it's going to take a long time. By that time, the AI has moved and we're past the boat. So I know countries like my country in Australia probably want to do their own, but I think in other less developed countries, like in the African region, I think it's very sensible to do a regulatory framework for that, which will then feed into the UNESCO Ethical Declaration, because then you have that enable as a bloc to negotiate with other trading partners like the EU, which is probably the most advanced in terms of proposed regulation at this stage. And I suppose that'd be a good idea for South America as well, and the ASEAN region as well. So I don't think particularly China will want to do its own. So is India, from what I've heard. And I think gradually over the time, that universal framework that we have would then feed into the regulatory process. But just one last comment. We also talk about intellectual property. As I stated in my session on Wednesday, WIPO, which is the UN agency for intellectual property, has been discussing over the last few years on giving rights to AI entities for creation of work, for creative work, including artworks and paintings and novels and videos and games. But they're also looking at patenting, whether AI is allowed to patent and giving the rights to AI, not the human, but the AI, the rights to be allowed to patent. The discussion is evolving now. Now is the time to get involved in that conversation, because on our session, we also talked about being inclusive, allow open technology diffusion to certain parts of the less developed world, so the technology can be shared and be used and developed in the locally context that we heard, like in Africa, in the local context. So I think in terms of IP, this is now the time to get into that discussion. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony, for trying to summarize at least some of the sessions. I think we've heard a number of good actually points. I would propose to take it actually from the question that Giacomo Mazzone has raised, given that we're here at the IGF, given that we have the chance to feed into the Global Digital Compact, given that there is so much work around, mainly, but not only in Western countries. What is the role of the IGF? To repeat his question, what can we do here in this forum to move one step ahead, to support those organizations, be they multilateral or multi-stakeholder, that work on AI, to contribute to a global framework that works for everybody? And of course, again, with the particular focus on how can we be more inclusive with regard to issues, to needs, to circumstances from developing countries. How can we bring those perspectives better into existing processes that are already working? How can we inspire or support processes in developing regions that they also have a better voice? So maybe, I don't know if I can go back to the panelists also, and then I will go over to you. What would be learnings from the climate processes since the early 90s? Should we develop also, let's say, given that as many of you have said, given that it may be difficult to agree on a worldwide, globally shared legal framework, could we establish something that we would at least agree on a fact-finding expert group, or something that would link all the initiatives together? So over to the panelists for a quick reaction over the many very valuable comments that you've heard. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. I guess I'll start.
That's fine.
So there were a few parts to your question. I'll focus on the first. I think that the key message, one of the key messages that we want to bring forward, is that interoperability between these burgeoning frameworks and standards is very desirable, and ideally ahead of their implementation in mandatory and voluntary AI risk assessment and management standards. You said you said that there's a convergence. There's been a convergence over the past 2 years towards risk-based approaches to managing AI risks, and in many cases that is being operationalized through standards, and those standards are going to be voluntary or mandatory. But still, here we have a key role of many of the actors here today, but we also have also standards development organizations like the ISO play key roles as well. So the interoperability is desirable. Why? Because this doesn't mean having the same rules, and I totally agree with what Sally and others said, Sally, Jordanka, and Anthony and Brazil said about the difficulty of having, we're never going to have the exact same rules, but it does not mean having the same rules, because we'll always set the red lines at different levels depending on the country and culture, but we can try to align terminology where possible, and that will facilitate or maybe even enable later on that interoperability, and at least using the same words to talk about the same thing. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult to align. That alignment between, for example, regions, or will be very difficult. So the interoperability in terms of terminology and concepts is what I would think is a very important message.
Yes.
And the reason for that, sorry, okay.
Thank you, Karine. I think interoperability is key, as you say, and interoperability on several levels, on the levels of the principles, on the levels of the approach to classify AI systems, and so on. Who else would like to quickly react from the panel? And then there are 4 more requests from the floor. I would actually like to give them a chance to. So quick reactions from the panelists on what we've heard so far. What can the IGF do?
Thanks, Ian, Chilizi here.
Yes.
I think one thing that as we try to get binding principles from many guidelines that are available on AI, is to always aware that AI often does not come as AI. It comes as something else, maybe autonomous drone, maybe cars, self-driving cars, and so on and so forth. So as we talk about binding principles, we should also be aware of that. How do you embed that on a regulation on autonomous vehicles, and so on and so forth? And I agree with the idea that bias is simply just not strong enough. I think the structural inequality as far as access to AI is concerned between the global south and the global north is something that has to be taken forward quite urgently. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thomas, can I go next?
Yes, please go ahead, and please just all be as brief as you can while talking slowly enough for the interpreters. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Very quickly on the intellectual property, and from the perspective of sustainability, Meta and several other companies are part of the low carbon patent pledge. So anybody could use those patents to build low carbon technologies. I'll quickly talk about a set of AI open source projects that are directly relevant for sustainability. Open Catalyst, which is working on developing catalysts for carbon neutral fuels, Galactica and ESM Metagenomic Atlas, which are open science and science infrastructure. And when it comes to de facto standards, which should also complement the JAWS standards on metaverse, specifically on the question of security and safety, there are initiatives like the Metaverse Standards Forum. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sunil. And please put the information in the chat if you can, so that people can follow up. Let's try and focus again on the question, what can we do here at the ITU? What is the message? We've heard structural inequalities, I think, is one of the probably messages that we need to have, in addition to interoperability of all levels of the framework. There are a few hands up online. Please, yes, who is this? Yes. Oops, sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, Jamila, again for this very interesting contribution. There are a few hands up in the Zoom room, so maybe I can. St. Louis is probably old. Who has not? Yeah, Danka, did you want to react to this quickly?
Thank you very much. I would just like to support from the European Commission the perspective that we have to be ambitious and we try to collaborate as much as possible with all international partners on those initiatives to better coordinate, develop the right governance. And from our perspective, we think indeed there is an opportunity to develop some common principles and then clear commitments from member states how they can be operationalized. Well, then at the same time working also at a more practical level, as was said, on really ensuring this interoperability, sharing knowledge, developing the actual tools and standards. So we learned from each other and we try to build this common understanding. So, and then just maybe the final point on the role of the IFG, we support the input and the inclusion that can be given to all these international discussions that are now ongoing, including in GPI, UN, Council of Europe, and others. And we from our side are also very open and ready to collaborate in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danka. Listening to you all about how to cooperate across regions, to how to interact with those that develop these principles. Why not think about using the IGF, a part of the IGF, or adding something to the IGF that could be like a platform that would look once a year on where are we with implementing the different AI principles? Where are we with developing systems that allow us to assess risks and impacts and classify? So would that be a way forward that we would say as one of the messages that the IGF could be enriched by a yearly half a day or a day where we would specifically look into how we develop these principles, how they grow together, how they become interoperable. Same for the risk assess mechanism, same for maybe technical standards that we have been mentioned a few times, but that are not really present maybe enough in the public debate on AI. We focus a lot on regulatory regimes and on risk assessment, but not necessarily on the technical side. Would that be something that would be that you would like to see in the messages? Let me continue with people who have their hands up. I'm trying to identify you. Yes, please, Jorge, go ahead. Jorge, please go ahead.
Hello, may I ask my question? I'm ready now, I think. So, and but I think my video is still not enabled. But anyway, yeah, I thank you very much, Jorge Cancio from the Swiss government. I think that maybe you can have a look also at the inputs I made on the chat on what our general positions are on any regulatory efforts on the international level on AI. But here I would like to concentrate on 2 points. First is the link to data governance and promoting what we call digital self-determination, meaning that the control over data should lie with the citizens and the societies. So I think that's a very important connection we have to make in these discussions. And this brings me to my second point, which is that really the IGF is perfectly placed to have this multidisciplinary discussion, not only discussing about AI, but also the connection with data governance, because we are assembling here in this forum the knowledge and the expertise and the points of view of all the stakeholder groups on these issues. And we have the inclusivity and the openness of this forum, which is both multilateral, because we are based on the United Nations, and bottom-up and multi-stakeholder. So I think IGF is really a great place for discussing this. And I would go beyond what Thomas was saying. It's not only an annual venue for reviewing how principles are being developed or implemented, but we can even establish a policy network on AI, which could look specifically into issues like interoperability, about how avoiding discrimination of peoples from the global south, into looking issues where the perspectives of all stakeholders could be considered. So I think next year in January, the IGF will probably will be looking into what policy networks to establish. And it's a question for the community to come forward with proposals in this direction. I'll leave it by that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge, for this very concrete proposal for something that the IGF could do, or for proposing a format how the IGF could not just once a year, but actually across the year. And I guess that's not mutually inclusive, that we could have a policy network on AI and then have a, that would work across the year, and then have a, let's say, more visibility on at the IGF itself on reviewing implementation of principles and so on. And also the reference again, and this keeps coming up from several sides. We heard it from Giulio and from others. You cannot really look at AI and the impact of AI without looking at data governance and talking about quality of data, talking about representativity of data, and so on and so forth. We've heard this from several other speakers before. So thank you very much. So there was, I would like to give the floor to the other person. Unfortunately, I don't see your name that was about to speak. Mokabe. Okay, thank you, Mokabe. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, I should thank dear organizer for organizing this timely session. I'm Amir Mukabri from Iranian academic community. I would like to ask one question and make one comment. What would be the practical approach to AI regulation and artificial intelligence-based spaces like metaverse to ensure public safety, public security, and public health, and ensure accountability of global AI actors with regard to ethical and legal frameworks of different societies? As we all know, every society has its own ethical and legal frameworks regarding data governance, regarding AI regulation. What would be the best approach based on this measure? And another issue I would like to refer is the issue of AI-related crimes. AI-related crimes are borderless and are new phenomena. And we should also think about what to do about this kind of new crime. My question in this regard is, what would be the role of United Nations process like UN Convention on Cybercrime, and also what would be the contribution of Global Digital Compact in this regard? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to raise my question.
Thank you, Mokabri, for these two important questions. On the second one about cybercrime and the role of the UN, You may know there's one existing binding instrument to fight against cybercrime, which is also from the Council of Europe, but it's also an instrument that is open to all interested countries, and it's signed and ratified by, don't know exactly, something between 50 and 70 countries. And the Council of Europe is working with more than 100 countries to actually try and also create interoperability between law enforcement fighting against cybercrime. With regard to the role of UN, this is something that is currently discussed in several international fora, including, for instance, the ITU, where there are reflections on what could be done. With regard to a practical approach to regulating the metaverse, who wants to try and give a short, quick answer on knowing that we're struggling with AI that is already there, how to regulate it? Will probably struggle even more at this stage to try and regulate something in a practical way that is not yet really fully there. But if somebody has a good idea for an answer, a short answer to that question, please step in now.
Thomas, I had already tried to answer that question. I think AI is, as many panelists said, a mature technology, so we have a clearer sense of what the regulatory agenda is. Metaverse is an inchoate technology, and therefore I had pointed to the Metaverse Standards Forum as a sort of opportunity to already begin that work.
Thank you very much, Sunil. We have 10 minutes left, if I understand our situation correctly. So I don't see hands up in the virtual space. Yes, let's take one more and then maybe try to wrap up. Yeah. Maybe I can try and, you may not get a satisfactory answer today either, because the question is too big for us all to respond today, I guess. Just one attempt to clarify: the IGF is a dialogue platform. So the IGF does not develop action plans or other types of outcomes. The IGF tries to convey messages to other bodies, be it UN or other bodies that take decisions. The IGF is not a decision-making forum. It's a forum for dialogue, for understanding, and setting the agenda, ideally for decision-making bodies. The UN, as I said and Adam said in the beginning, if you talk about the plan of the UN, the Global Digital Compact could be such a plan. So we are in the middle of a process to help the UN Secretary General, help the UN to develop such a plan, and we can send messages. We can send messages into this plan. So let me try and use the last 7 minutes that we have for a quick wrap up, giving each of our panelists less than a minute to put their quick high points. Trying to propose you a summary, and then you can react to it. I think what has become obvious to me is that we all agree that we have an enormous number of principles of guidance on AI that has been developed, that is being developed. We are looking into binding frameworks. We know that this is difficult on a global level. So we take note that institutions like the European Union that is developing a concrete market regulation. We note that the Council of Europe is developing a binding instrument open to all countries in the world on principles and basic principles. We note also that we may not be able to wait until the whole world agrees on something, because the industry is continuing to develop applications. The users are using it, so we cannot. There's a sense of urgency that I've heard. I've heard many people referring to interoperability on a technical level, on a legal level, but also on the level of the risk assessment and impact assessment. And I think a very important thing that has been referred to by many, there's a structural inequality that goes beyond bias, that needs and circumstances and the situation of people living in developing countries are less reflected in the deliberations on how to create a framework for AI that is contributing to the SDGs. And that concrete proposals could be that we develop a policy network on AI to discuss this in more detail at the IGF, that we could have a dedicated half a day or something to review implementation of principles and functionality of risk-based approaches. I think these are the key elements that I've heard. Please complement and help us to wrap up. Let me go through all of you very shortly. So Karine Pesset from OECD, thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. So I think that's sounds like a great idea to review implementation of different principles once a year or maybe even more often. I just point out that to review implementation, we're going to need tools and metrics to allow us to do that. And so we have actually, we have practical tools and educational approaches like tools to remove bias from AI systems or test how to secure a system against attacks. And Sunil mentioned a number of open source tools, and we've got UNESCO's AI training program for judges. We've got documentation processes for data and models. We have those tools, and we have a lot of tools. A lot of tools exist. It's just that at present, it's hard for individual actors to find those right tools for their needs. So I just point out the need for tools and metrics, and point out also that's something we're working on, and that will be very useful to be able to conduct such a review of implementation.
Yes, thank you. If I can try and summarize it, what I forgot is the needs that was mentioned, the need for capacity building, for bringing everybody on the level to understand, and with the tools that you've mentioned. Professor Chilidze, some key takeaways from you. What is missing? What should be more stressed than what I proposed?
No. Thank you very much. I think one thing that is quite important that we need to pay attention to is how do we capacitate people to be able to take AI and its implementation to a level where it protects and works for the benefit of people. And I will talk again about lawmakers. How do we capacitate parliamentarians so that they are able to actually first and foremost understand this technology, and secondly, to be able to craft a vision for their own nations going forward. And then the second issue is how do we take these ideas to regional bodies such as SADC, Southern African Development Communities, ECOWAS in Africa, so that we can be able to indigenize them regionally, because often there is a shortage of economies of scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sally, briefly over to you.
I'll make two quick points. One is, again, to stress the importance of regional clusters being built if we want to achieve eventually global consensus on something that is implementable, rather than talking about abstract principles and guidelines, and whether the IGF can facilitate that or whether another UN body takes on that responsibility, I think it's quite important. The other thing I wanted to build on what Karine said, which is actually, I think it would be great if we're going to have an IGF annual review of something, then it shouldn't be the implementation, because there are already many fora discussing implementation and kind of monitoring it, but it should be a review of the tools and metrics that we have. I think that would be quite an important piece of input for everyone, because she's quite right that people often have difficulty finding those tools or knowing what's out there and what's been newly developed. So an annual or semi-annual survey of all the tools and metrics that have been newly developed to aid with the implementation of the different principles would be very helpful, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. Jamila? Thank you very much, Jordanka.
Yes, thank you very much, Thomas. Indeed, I fully agree with how you summarized, and to say in the end, I just think that maybe it's good to build on the strength of this forum. And the first thing is really this very broad and inclusive stakeholder approach. I think the forum could play a key role in providing actually input for the building and now shaping all these frameworks that are emerging, be it with the digital compass that is developed by UN or the Council of Europe or OECD work. So I really strongly recommend that somehow all this stakeholder broader input could actually steer those processes, including for issues of human rights, because there are a lot of discussions now how actually these rules should be shaped exactly. And then the second point is indeed to maybe think for the practical side, and on this aspect, yes, a network of experts and some much more practical focus on things for metrics, sharing knowledge, implementation, good practices. We also strongly support that, and we think it's needed because it also goes beyond actually the governmental and international organizations actors. It can also build on the good practice and experience that you also have with companies, with civil society, and we support this inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach.
Thank you very much, Jordanka. Let's give 30 last seconds to Sunil, and then I will wrap up in 30 last seconds, and then we are 4 minutes over time. I think that's acceptable. So Sunil, please.
I just wanted to sort of emphasize that AI development continues. We are now in the world of self-supervised AI and the regulations that may be appropriate for large language models may not be appropriate for models that work for low resource languages that are important for the global south. Back to you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all. I'm delighted that we had a very rich debate, that at least a number of people could make voices heard. That is more difficult than I think elsewhere. So I'm very happy that we have had this rich debate. I think we do have some points, some messages that we can then formulate, bring them on paper and hand them over and feed them on to the leadership panel, to the GDC and so on. So thank you all. And I'm looking forward to being part of all of you that are interested to discuss AI and also data in a policy network or whatever we call it. And then again, of course, at the next IGF. So thank you all. It was a great discussion, and see you soon again, hopefully.
The one with black. Sei 1, 2, 3 testing. One, two, three, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Also speak here, right? Yeah.
Alô, alô, alô.
So today we're holding a session under the premises of the Best Practice Forum on Gender and Digital Rights. It's a forum within the IGF that aims to discuss gender issues within the digital rights space. And this year's thematic, we're currently tapping on regulatory practices and where they stand at in terms of gender and digital rights. So are they really friend or foe to gender and digital rights? I'm really glad to be here with a stellar panel of speakers from across different sectors. And it's going to be a chill conversation on how we relate to regulation, especially internet regulation, as to how internet regulation really affects freedom of expression, privacy, and also the work of human rights defenders and journalists, among other cross-cutting issues. But before we go there, I want to give the floor to Bruna. Yeah, or Daphne to present the BPF report for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Marwa. Hi, everyone, online and offline. Glad to see you here. So this year at the BPF Gender and Digital Rights, as Marwa mentioned, we started studying how regulatory practices undermine gender diverse rights. And we came up with a report that then would analyze that based into 3 thematic areas. These thematic areas would be the first one, privacy and surveillance, also with a focus on reproductive privacy. The second area would be freedom of expression and gender disinformation. And the third area, freedom of association and religion. So throughout this year, the BPF process was really to inform and discuss how these areas affect gender and human rights. And we did the report based on case studies. So people, the community would bring the case studies to us, we would analyze them, and they would then compile to the report. The report is still open for review. It's also open for additional comments. So if you have interest, come talk to us because it is still open until 20th of December. This is the date that we have to give it completely finalized to IGF. Yeah, and I hope that we have a nice really discussion here. Our panelists also work in different areas that we have touched upon in this report. So we are really glad to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. Bruna, would you like to add something?
Hope you can hear me. Yes. No, just on this emphasis. For anyone that is not close with the BPF gender, this is part of the intersectional work of the IGF. So we have been going on ever since 2015, yes, and worked in the most different topics surrounding gender discussions and so on. So ever since the beginning, we have addressed violence against women, we have addressed female empowerment, diversity and participation at the IGF, and there has been a lot of gender disinformation last year as well, and a lot of topics. So we're very happy to have this session today, and also for anyone that's interested in this work, if the BPF continues to exist next year, we have an open mailing list. So if you want to join or would like to have some more information, just let us know and we can direct you to the website. So thanks.
Thank you.
A request, please speak slowly. Sometimes the interpreters can't catch up.
Okay, thank you, Amrita. And I think just to echo what Bruna and Daphne said, the work that we do at the BPF is really community driven. So we really welcome you all to submit your inputs to the reports or your comments. As they said, we haven't finalized it yet, and I think it should be finalized before the end of December, end of the year, as we try to look at how different communities are impacted by regulation across different regions of the world. And if any of the thematics is really relatable or resonating with your areas of work, please feel free to weigh in on the website or just shoot us an email. You can find the contact details on the website of the IGF. So now I guess we can kick off the session. And I would just like to start with some introductory remarks from the speakers as we try to debunk what regulation really means for different sectors, stakeholders, but also for different people across different layers of vulnerabilities and identities. I would start off with Onika. Onika, I know you have a very extensive experience managing and pioneering in various national and international campaigns and policy change processes for women's rights, civil rights, media and digital transformation initiatives. And as we are here today in Ethiopia, holding the Internet Governance Forum, I would really love that you just weigh in on the state of regulation across the African continent and how does it really relate to the work that you do, especially for different communities. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I hope I'll live up to that expectation. Again, the name is Onika Makwakwa. I'm the head of Africa at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. There's some background noise I'm hearing from this side of the room, so perhaps someone who's listening to something else could put some headphones so that it's not, it's the interpreter. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like really echoing, but okay, let's move on. So in the work that I've done, on this area, looking more specifically at regulation and attempting to mainstream the issues that predominantly and disparately affect women in particular. It's been quite a journey, honestly. And so, especially looking at the landscape of the African continent, more specifically.
取り組んでいるところです。一方で、インターネットの発展が違法有害情報、偽情報の拡散、プライバシーの侵害、セキュリティへの脅威など、さまざまな課題を生んできたのも事実です。このような状況があるからこそ、世界中のさまざまな地域からさまざまな立場の参加者が議論するマルチステークホルダーアプローチによる議論が重要であり、この多様性と包摂性こそ、インターネットがイノベーションを通じて新たな価値と成長を生み出してきた力の源泉であり、我々が IGF を通じ、守り発展させていかなくてはならないものの確信です。こうした理解に基づき我が国は来年2023年 IGF をホストすることといたしました。ここに IGF2023 は2023年10月8日から10月12日にかけて日本の京都市で開催されることを宣言します。より包摂的で実効的な IGF の在り方を探求し、自由で開かれた安全で分断のないインターネットの維持発展に向け、皆様が来年10月、京都にお越しになり、共に議論できることを楽しみにしています。来年、京都でお会いしましょう。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to deliver this closing statement on behalf of the United Nations. The past 5 days of the 17th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum have been very intensive, but also inspiring, motivating, and fruitful. I hope that all of you have found this forum an incredible experience with the active contributions from several thousands of stakeholders coming from across the world and from diverse disciplines and backgrounds. This is what is unique about the IGF. It is a vibrant participatory space, multi-stakeholder platform, and a multilateral process involving input from over 117 countries. It gives us hope that working together, we can meet the challenges and seize the opportunities created by internet and digital transformation. Inspired by the subject general, we must ensure that digital future puts people first. Myriads of the issues have been spotlighted in this forum over the past week. Through the IGM's main themes, you have addressed the specifics of the major digital policy areas, ranging from connectivity and human rights to internet fragmentation and emerging technologies. And all of you, as the forum participants, have demonstrated to the world that if we cooperate, we can harness the true power of the digital technologies, changing lives for better. Your outputs are consolidated in the IGF messages from Addis Ababa. Let us now embark on a mission to ensure these messages reach everyone and inform the decision makers. I call upon all stakeholders to disseminate the messages from Addis Ababa to your networks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now, on behalf of the United Nations, to thank the government of Ethiopia for its generous and warm hospitality as host to the 17th IGF. Thank you also to our colleagues of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for their outstanding support. Thank you also to all participants here in Addis Ababa or virtually across the world. IGF is a success, first and foremost, because of your support and commitment to the multi-stakeholder model. Please remember, the IGF is not
Don't let them.
So there might be a change then.
Don't put it too far. They will stretch to take it. It has to be here, so that it's close to them. She was doing nameplate for. So those. Please, once they're there, no phone. Can they go there now? Can you put the numbers for me? Sorry. Yeah, three. Number 1. Yes. Okay. So the closest. Okay. So.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
And they remove both of them and they put it out. No, now there's a. No, now there's a.
And my understanding is that it's more to comment.
It's more to listen, yes. Do you want to make some opening statements? We are very happy to have been able to host you.
I'm happy to say something like that. That's helpful. But I don't want to.
Nothing big, just a couple of.
Yeah, a few lines.
A few lines.
2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Just getting your title.
Oh, my title. I'm just representing ECA.
Okay.
I'm mean, whatever. You want to say that you talk?
I mean, here you are as a representative, not as director of technology or as the representative of
So, who will speak first?
I was, yeah, so open, give it to the minister, and then...
I'm not fussy, yeah? I don't
No,
mind.
let's work it out.
Yeah.
These are very good questions.
So you'll come first, Minister Paul Mitchell. I don't know if we should swap. Or, yeah. Actually, I mean, the simplest way is to look at it in terms of seating. So you start in the middle, go right, left, then you could go right again and then left, or you can go from Paul to Vincent, and then you end with me. Yeah. I mean, there's a new. We're almost there. How was the history? Were you there? No, I was not. I was not in situ, but we were obviously involved in the preparation.
So I will just introduce people, and then you can say a few words when I say the name. Just you know, if you to listen.
Myanmar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our session. If you could please take your seats and please feel free to come. I know it says reserved there, but you can also sit there. It's really fine. You can come in. We are a little bit late, so I think we should start so that we don't bump into the opening session. I mean, yeah. It's been a long 5 days. But I hope that it has been a fruitful 5 days for all of us, and we've had a lot of good discussion and also good exchanges of ideas. And this session is the taking stock session, where we take stock of what has happened over the 5 days. You tell us what you think worked well, what didn't work so well, what you think we should improve, what you think we should definitely keep. We will, of course, issue a call on our website, and you'll have until, I think, the end of January to also submit written inputs into that, because we do value the session very much, because this is what helps us get better, helps us improve, helps us give you a platform that you can freely exchange ideas and make the internet a better, safer place and an internet that we want. We will be having 2 microphones once we get underway. So if you would like to speak, when I say so, when I announce, can you just line up behind one of these microphones, because it's better since there is no numbering system if you press the microphones on your desk. And then we will just do it round robin style. We'll just go from this mic to that mic, and if there's anybody online, we'll go there, and then we just go round like that. And would you please keep your interventions to maximum of 90 seconds. The shorter the better, so that we get more people in. But please, we are interested in hearing your views, your impressions, and what you would like, any suggestions of what we could do next year. So with that, let me start, and I'll just introduce our panel here. This is the groups, representatives of the groups that helped bring IGF 2022, 2022 here, and so that they're here to listen. And so with that, let me first of all introduce Her Excellency Huri Ali Mahdi for the host country. And I don't know if you want to say a few words, and then we can go. Just a few, say hello, or just a...
Thank you so much. I don't want to take your time, but I would like to say we are very excited and proud to have you all. And I would like to thank all of you for your valuable inputs. I hope you had a very great time, and you discuss well in various issues that we have been raising. So we would like to thank you all and to explore Addis Ababa and Ethiopia. Hopefully you'll back again and again here in Ethiopia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, State Minister. And then the next person I'd like to introduce to my left is the chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisor Group, MAG, and they are mainly in charge of the program and schedule of the IGF, the main themes, selecting the workshops, and also some of the intersessional work.
It's been a pleasure to be working with the MAG and putting this program together. I have to get my voice up. And I'm very interested in the feedback that you're all going to provide during this session.
Thank you. And then we will go to Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, who will be representing the ECA, and that is the venue that we are in. They are our gracious hosts as well. Jean-Paul.
Thank you very much. And we would just like to say that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa has been very privileged and proud to work with the other convening partners, and in particular with our hosts, the government of Ethiopia, to host this event. And in particular, I think to emphasize how the internet and digital technologies associated with the internet are being used as a transformative tool for acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we look forward to further input and suggestions in this session this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then last but definitely not least, I'll give the floor to Vince Cerf, who is the chair of the IGF leadership panel that was just introduced in August. So this is the first IGF, and they'll be very instrumental next year as well. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you very much for an opportunity to share a few reactions with you. First of all, the leadership panel wants to learn more about the points that have been covered in the 300 plus meetings that have taken place over the last 5 days. So the stock-taking session is a beginning, but we are eager to get the summaries from the various sessions to learn more about what has been discussed during the course of the week. I want to acknowledge the dedication of the MAG chair and the MAG stakeholders and the Secretariat, and in addition to Minister Ali Mahdi and her team, who have made this such a productive week for all of us. This is my first visit to Ethiopia, and now I know why I have to come back. It's got to be one of the friendliest places I've ever visited. So the leadership panel is looking forward to not only working on ideas that we hope will contribute to a safer and more secure internet, but we intend to do so in as transparent a way as possible. So you should be able to track our work during the course of the next year or so. And so we're committed to that. But now we want to hear more from you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll now open the floor. If you choose to line up, if you have anything to say on the microphones. yes, we'll start from here, and then we go there, and then we go to the, yes, so.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, thanks. I'd like to firstly, within the few seconds I've got, ask everyone to join me in thanking the minister. She has lost the voice. Her voice wasn't that much, but she was on every session, and she's been here. We've never had this before, so thank you very much. A quick takes. The IGF is supposed to be multi-stakeholder, but I learned a very good, strong lesson this week. I've been organizing IGFs in my country, Sierra Leone, and I was at a session where a lady who was physically impaired, couldn't see, made a very emotional presentation. And I felt guilty, because whenever we've held the IGF in Sierra Leone, we have never invited the disabled stakeholders. So that is one thing I'm going to take back. And looking around here, I can't see that many disabled people here. So it's showing also that I'm not only the only guilty person, we are all guilty. So let's bring on board more disabled people. Also, it's multi-stakeholder. The GSMA, who are providing the majority of internet access, should be here, because some of the messages we're sending across, they need to hear it. The policymakers, the government, we need to have more ministers in this. The media, where is CNN? Where is the BBC? Where is Al Jazeera? They're in Egypt. They should be here. So thank you very much. Thanks very much. And lastly, I made a plea, start of the week. I want to end that. The internet has provided more scope for peace globally. And I have started the hashtag a Nobel Peace Prize for wind surf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
How can someone follow that? All right, thank you so much. I'm also similarly losing my voice, so thank you for your patience on that. Catherine Townsend, and I just want to commend the MAG, the organizers, because I found that this IGF, I've been to previous ones, there were so many sessions here that were really about how does the internet really affect people's lives. I credit that to the process, to the hosts. These have been very interesting and very substantive sessions. I would love to tell you more about all the great things that we discussed and learned, the data that we need to open, the transparency that we need, the accountability. But I need to share that in our sessions, I ran a few, one was on the future of the female web, that we had an attack and we had a Zoom bombing of our session. And what happened was we had targeted hate speech, we had pornographic videos, and we had a video of somebody being murdered. These weren't caught, and so all of our speakers who were online and our participants online witnessed this, and many of them are still having a trauma experience as a result. We know that this happens. This happens a lot in public spaces, and especially places where women's issues are discussed, and it's very important to put these protections in place. This happened at the IGF last year. It happened at the regional IGF in Southeast Asia a few months ago. And so I would really request and implore that if we want to have a safer internet and if we want the IGF to be a space where people feel free to gather, that we recognize that people will get attacked and women's issues get attacked, and so to put that protection in the first place. So the small recommendations are understand that this is ubiquitous, put it in early on so it's not an afterthought. Moderators, either train them that this is going to happen. Every one of our moderators had to protect ourselves, and they didn't know that this is something that they would be subjected to. We're trying to have hybrid spaces. We want virtual voices. We need the tech to work day one, and we need for it to be safe. And just know that there are many gender justice and digital rights organizations that are happy to work with you all. We got a great reception from Mr. Masango, who helped us out, which I appreciate, but it did take quite some time to find a receptive person from the UN who took this seriously. So thank you for that, and we stand by ready to support you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yes, that was a truly regrettable incident, and we are working hard, and we will, of course, continue, I hope, to work together to stop this happening. Okay, so, let me just check online.
Okay, Jutta Kroll, former MAC member for civil society and also representing the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. My stock taking starts 15 years ago at my first IGF, when the voices of those advocating children as internet users were barely heard. I've now experienced, especially during this week, that there is so much interest in children's rights and child protection on the internet, especially from representatives from the African continent. I'm thankful for that. Also, that not only we as adults are representing children's interest, but also that young people themselves have taken part in these discussions, raising their voices, and I hope that they will continue also to do so in the Global Digital Compact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I am Nia Nana, and I am representing the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the CTU. And firstly, the CTU would like to thank the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for their very kind and gracious hospitality over the past week, as well as offer congratulations to the UN IGF Secretariat on an impactful and successful 17th IGF. The CTU is an intergovernmental multi-stakeholder organization representing interests in the Caribbean region, and we would like to draw focus on our Caribbean IGF. Over the past 18 years, the CTU has acted as the coordinating mechanism for the Caribbean IGF. Since the first Caribbean IGF in 2005, the CTU's goals for internet governance in the region has been harmonizing regional policies, identifying issues of priority specifically for the Caribbean region, promoting the development and use of the internet in the region, and building Caribbean capacity in internet governance. We are very happy to say that under the umbrella of the Caribbean IGF and in collaboration with the DC SIDS, the very first SIDS IGF was held earlier this year. And the main consensus areas arising from the SIDS IGF were calls for increased meaningful connectivity within small island developing states, and the increased collaboration among SIDS to combat existing vulnerabilities which are exacerbated by the inherent nature of SIDS, such as cybersecurity challenges, investment challenges, and ICT infrastructure development challenges, and an increased thrust for the recognition of the voices of SIDS and the inclusion of the SIDS agenda in fora such as these. The CTU remains committed to lending its 18 years of experience with the Caribbean IGF to further the internet governance agenda of SIDS. As part of the international community, we support an open, accessible, inclusive, and resilient internet that is aligned with the principles and objectives of the UN SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go online. Chris Udu. Chris, you have the floor. If not, we can try the...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I was actually muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Odu from Nigeria. I'm also an ISOC youth ambassador. First of all, I would like to commend the government of Ethiopia for this excellent hosting of the IGF. Going through all the sessions, for me, you would understand there are similarities what I could pick out of this IGF. There are actually still literacy gaps when it comes to digital skills. And I think COVID-19 has actually shown the need for us to actually take digital skill literacy very, very serious. So I think stakeholders need to actually start working critically in this area. And it's also good that we're having this IGF in Africa, because I think Africa is still lacking behind when it comes to connectivity. The latest ITU activity report shows that there's still a very, very high rate of unconnected people in Africa. So I think it's something that we should start working towards to improve that number for the next IGF, which will be in Japan. So this is very, very, very critical, and it's good that we're having these conversations in Africa. Once again, thank you very much. I really, really had nice week through the IGF sessions. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. And since we did skip online on the way, so I will just give the floor to the IGF Benin Hub. And please just interrupt me. we do feel that the hubs are very important. It's where people who cannot come to the actual event physically, they can congregate together in rooms, whether it be university, a hotel, or some other place, and participate in the IGF remotely together. And the IGF Secretariat does fund a few of them, and we would like to fund more, but of course it is dependent on the amount of donations that we have in the trust fund. So I'll give one last call to the IGF Benin Hub.
Nous sommes deux intervenants depuis le Hub du Bénin. Je suis Abalo Josiane Pascaline, étudiante au Master 2 de Réseau et Télécommunications et membre de l'ONG Women Be Free. Je tiens à remercier au nom de tous les participants du Bénin et en mon nom propre, les acteurs de l'écosystème de la gouvernance de l'Internet, ainsi que les organisateurs de l'IGF Monde, pour cette occasion qui nous a été donnée de découvrir et d'approfondir nos connaissances sur les divers aspects du fonctionnement et de la gestion de l'Internet. Cette première fois pour un hub de notre pays, le Bénin, fut une belle expérience, même s'il y a des choses qui restent à améliorer. Nous espérons que les années à venir
Okay, so yes, there are definitely things to improve, and we will get back to them, please.
Thank you. My name is Rajendra Pratap Gupta, and I am the chair of two dynamic coalitions, the Internet and Jobs and Digital Health. Firstly, for those who are first time, 4 years back, I was in that stock taking like this, and I proposed, and I think congrats to Mr. Chengetai and his wonderful team for making it a people's organization. Today we have those two dynamic coalitions, and Paul, I think hats off to you for accepting 2 of our sessions, sustainable automation and the responsible internet usage. So totally those who believe that this is a global, this is truly global, but this is also a people's organization where, you know, if your ideas are worth it, it will be a platform they will give to you. I have though 2 submissions here that, you know, we have been hosting wonderful seamless sessions. However, if the links for those hybrid sessions can come in a day before, those who are joining us from different parts of the world, their heartbeat, it can be controlled, you know, like we had like 15 minutes before sending them links. And the second one is like, once you have those high level panels don't only mean CEOs of large corporations, would also mean grassroots people. I think that would make a big difference to the high level panels that you host, because you actually hear the voices of the grassroots on the dais based on what they think, because at the end of it, we got to make internet for all, livelihood for all. But overall, great hospitality from the government of Ethiopia. I think you've set a tough benchmark for others to follow. Really appreciate. And a round of applause for the wonderful team at IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to present my close remark. My name is Ayale Astaw Shibashi. I born here in Ethiopia, and I came from Australia. Currently, I'm working on the research how to move from physical fiat currency to physical digital fiat currency, and also digital banking and cryptocurrency. The 17th UN IGF closing remark on 2nd of December 2022, UNECA Addis Ababa. The Honorable Huleya Ali, State Minister for Innovation and Technology of Ethiopia. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. The UN member country representatives, the civil society representatives, and the corporate and private representatives. I'm saying I may be wrong. Please give me your time, your heart, and your mind for the next few minutes. On behalf of the following 3 organizations, newly formed Neo Society network and Alpha Degen, which is Ethiopian based, and also.
I'm sorry, I can only give you 30 seconds more.
Okay. I'll be fast. Ethiopian Digital Defending Task Force, Ethiopian Software Testing Association, Global Africa Migrant Committee Association, and Ethiopian Diaspora in Australia and New Zealand. I'll be fast. As a coordinator of civil society, I believe the UN IGF 2020 is a historical event, what happened in Ethiopia, because hardly Ethiopia is facing for the last
I'm so
2
sorry.
years, I'm finished now, 2 years,
It's past
and it
2
was a
minutes
very difficult situation. And first, we need the United Nations international law for governing internet.
What I can suggest is that if you submit it in writing, and then we will post it on our website as well, so everybody can
I
see
finished
it.
just one.
No, I'm so sorry, but we've got a lot, and we have to
Just
end
one
in
point
time.
for the attackers.
Nope.
Thank you.
Sorry. Now I've got 2 opposing requests from the facilitators here. Can you please speak slower so that the interpreters can catch up with you? And also, can you please have your interventions 1 minute? Because I'm just counting the number of people on the line. So, please, Nigel.
Yes, thank you very much. Nigel Hickson from the UK government. Thank you, Ethiopia. Madam Minister, thank you for your gracious hospitality. I join with others in appreciating the warmth, the hospitality, the genuine friendship of the so many people we've met, whether it's in the hotels, whether it's in the restaurants, whether it's on the streets. It's been absolutely marvellous, and I second what Vince said. We'll certainly come back again. And I'd also like to shout out to the many volunteers that we've had here. The volunteers have been fantastic. This has been a wonderful IGF. It's so great to be back in Africa. I had the opportunity and the pleasure of going to the Nairobi IGF, but being back in Africa, where this all began with the Tunis agenda and the marvelous discussions we had in Tunis. The discussions here have been wide-ranging. I think they've been excellent. They've mixed the national and the European and the global issues. And I have great optimism for the future. Here is to the future of the IGF.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Let's give a try online again. I don't know if the Benin Hub wants to try it again. We'll just give that a quick 6 count to see if they can try again. If not, we will go to Mokombere. So Benin Hub first.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I should thank host country, UNDESA and IGF team for organizing this unique IGF in Ethiopia. I would like to, my key takeaway in this IGF is we should do more to reach a common vision, values, and interests, and common definition about what is good internet at global level. I would like to only name some of the key issues that are vital to ensure the future of internet. One is unilateral coercive measure in digital world that could be a great barrier to national development goals and constitute violation of human rights obligation. Two, the nature of internet as a civilian-only environment with peaceful purposes and uses. Four, trusted international framework on cross-border data flow while ensuring data sovereignty. Five, streaming geopolitical neutrality of global internet. 6, establishment of global framework, rules, norms, and accountable behavior of global digital platform and service provider. 7, fair and international framework for internet governance based on real digital multilateralism. 8, internationalization of internet public core, internationalization of internet public core as a global public good. 9, elimination all manifestation of digital colonialism in all layers of digital environment. And 10, UN Convention on Cybersecurity. I really hope that this vital issue for future internet be reflected in IGF output and global digital compact. See you all in Japan IGF. Thank you very much.
Just please briefly introduce yourself, just say your name and your organization. Please, we'll go to this line.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Ghayur. I'm from Afghanistan, a country totally isolated from the world now, totally isolated. I think I'm the only one person from Afghanistan right now, if I'm wrong, not wrong here. Thank you. And it wouldn't have been possible without the support of the IGF Secretariat. So I'm here just to thank the IGF leadership, all stakeholders involved organizing the IGF Secretariat, especially Anya, Mr. Changatai, Pascal, all others who are involved there. In my country, we don't have much embassies right now. Only a few with diplomatic relations, no consular sections, no visas. So once I applied for a visa to Ethiopia, in 4 hours I received my visa. So I would like to thank them. Thank you so much, Ethiopia. Thanks to the people of Ethiopia. Thanks to the government of Ethiopia. A special thanks to their Ministry of Information Technology, to their Ministry of Foreign Affairs for issuing the visa. When I heard about the IGF 2022 to be held in Addis Ababa, I never imagined that I'm going to make it here. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Salim Mustafa, Youth IGF Africa. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Ethiopia for the good welcome and for the hospitality. And really, the population showed us they are a welcoming people. So when we came here, we feel like we are home, and everybody is feeling like he's in his home. So the thing that I would like to address is, as a young African, so I'm always fighting to engage more African youth on IGF discussion. So I'm recommending the multi-stakeholders, government and private sector and all the sector to support African youth initiatives, because we would like to see more African youth participating in the coming IGF meetings. And lastly, I would like to thank the government of Ethiopia for the good food and for the good night they organized for us. And thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Now we're going to try and go online. Karina Birada. We'll just give that a 6 count. Hopefully we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Karina Birada from Argentina. It's a pleasure to be able to say words of gratitude. It has been a pleasure to participate in my first year as a MAC member. Thanks to Ethiopia, thanks to all IGF for your great work in the organizations, thanks to who all participate. Those are the basis of the multiple stakeholders. After a week of session, we have a lot of left to work on a free, open, and safe cybersecurity for all. And for the opportunity, Chingatai.
I think we've lost, so we go to the next one, please.
Hello everyone, how are you? I am Joel Talargi, a software developer and a technology content creator based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I am very proud that IGF Ethiopia 2022 is happening in Addis Ababa. So I'm quite concerned on some issues that were discussed in the AI sessions in a previous session earlier in this room, I think. And however, AI has continued to advance at a rapid pace, and its adoption by businesses have accelerated further after COVID-19. I myself use it in my daily activities like scriptwriter artificial intelligence to voice over AI in different languages, which I couldn't have done by my own self, to generate a very good amount of income, which I would like my fellow youngsters to join in. However, during a press conference in Brussels earlier this year, European Commission said it was preparing a draft to regulate for artificial intelligence that will help prevent misuse, but by governing body has set itself quite the challenge, because AI changes after the regulation. The AI has changed by that time. A few weeks in regulation that is introduced may not go further enough. But my concern is why regulation is important and urgent in the Web3 ecosystem, in the metaverse. That is not finished and not completed yet. So my concern is to regulate the metaverse right from the beginning. It's not the technology that is dangerous, but the fact that powerful corporations will be able to meditate all aspects of our lives, selling access to our daily experiences to the highest bidder. I know this sounds like today's social media, Web 2, but Web 3 is going to be far away than is dangerous, and it's also good, but the negative side. And I know this sounds like today's social media, but in the metaverse, the institutions will be far more intimidating than any technology ever created. I would like to see IGF making moves on this as soon as possible for the next conference panels by making regulations as the metaverse is being built.
Thank you very much.
This is
Thank you.
my concern. Thank you.
And just another suggestion for thank yous, can we keep them to 4 words or less? And then we can get to the other. Thank you very much. And I will try, the next session is the closing session. The Deputy Prime Minister is coming. I will just keep an eye on this end, and if they tell us to stop, we'll stop. So I'll try and push my luck as far as possible. But please, go.
Thank you very much. I'm Tulio from Brazil. There are 3 messages that I saw echoing out of our IGF here in Addis. The first is the priority that we all have around leveraging the internet towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The second is the urgency around addressing digital and data divides. And the third is the absolute need for us to enhance international cooperation towards these 2 previous goals. And I would like to thank the Ethiopian presidency, because having the IGF here in Ethiopia has provided us a platform for the voices from the Global South to be amplified. And I very much hope that the spirit of Addis and the spirit of Africa can guide our work, not only internationally, but also with a view to Japan and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now try IGF bin and hub. I think they're still trying. We'll just give it a 6 count to see if they can get on. If not, I apologize for that, and I would ask them to please send their intervention to us, and we will post it on the website. So now I'll go to Abijali Bachabong. I'll also give that a 6 count.
I'm Dr. Mohammed Saleh Mohammed Yassin. I'm coming from the University of Lille in France, where I'm studying in global e-business. I would like to thank all on this. I have 3 key messages and requests I would like to convey. One on the digital inclusion of the marginalized, and for this I speak on to my country of origin, Sudan, where there is a frequent slowdown and shutdown of the internet, and I recommend the IGF Secretariat and the global community to establish as quick as possible an IGF in Sudan in order to be multi-stakeholders on that aspect. The second message is to the Ethiopian authorities, and Her Excellency is here. I am a defender of the defenders of human rights, and when I see an abuse of human rights, I cannot stay quiet. In front of me at the airport, a lady coming to this event has been asked to pay a visa, another visa, a tourist visa, and she has paid a visa twice. I request you to restitute some dignity to this human rights defender and reimburse her visa paid twice, because she entered in panic when they asked her to wait, and she couldn't wait because I resisted and waited for 8 hours. This is the second message. The third message is to the government of Japan. Next year, when the Africans will be coming to the IGF, I request you to facilitate for them in order to afford, because Japan is very expensive, and this will be a request from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greetings, my name is Yusuf Abdul Qadir from the United States. I want to first thank the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I stand before you humbled as a child of Africa who was stolen from the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, returning to his motherland, Africa, and the motherland of all humanity, Ethiopia. Your hospitality and kindness is unparalleled. I am in awe and will return home spiritually renewed. To get to the point of my intervention, Your Excellency, for my part, I stand as a representative of my colleagues from Syracuse University, the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, who has presented here today the Internet Backpack. We believe fundamentally that the 2030 Agenda, Sustainable Development Goals, has an opportunity to be catapulted with our technology, and we are tremendously excited for the promise of what it can mean for uniting all Africans around the world collectively for our collective aspirations for a united Africa. We thank you for humbly inviting us here, for hosting us here, for providing us with hospitality, your grace, your dignity, your kindness, and the beauty of the Ethiopian people, and offering us your young people who have been inspiring to us. We thank you, Your Excellency. In that, I yield the time.
Thank you very much. I've heard Syracuse University is a good school. Please.
Hello everyone. This is Umar Khan from Charsadda, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, a lawyer by profession and digital and human rights activist. There was a lot of things to learn here at IGF. A lot of session was attended, but I have a suggestion to the IGF Secretariat that a country of having on the list of top 10 with regards to the population, a country having 64% population of youth is not having a national IGF and having no youth IGF. This is so unfortunate. We don't have such two IGFs. Therefore, I will request the IGF Secretariat to focus on this, and this IGF bring us the courage to go back home and establish at least the youth IGF. Because I'm young, I want to establish a youth IGF, and I would like to take a help from the IGF Secretariat. In the end, I would like to say something, and this is just 1 minute. People say a lot of things about Africa. What is real woman empowerment? This is so you see on the stage that a woman IT minister is holding and organizing this whole thing. I would like to thank all volunteers the youth volunteers of the young youth IGF, who was just amazing. All around the hall, there was, how can I help you? How can I facilitate you? This was amazing. Africa is amazing. Ethiopia is amazing. The food is love. The culture is love. Everything. Thank you, Ethiopia. Thank you, Africa. I love you all. Thank you, everyone, for making this proud. See you again in Japan. Yay!
Thank you. Thank you very much. Online, we have Iwalaya Ayaminde Marvelous. Please, I'll just give that a 6 count as well. Iwalaya, can you hear us? And excuse me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. If not, we will go to the next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matthew. I'm from Safaricom, Ethiopia. I just actually want to say what he just said. It was fantastic. Round of applause to the representative of Pakistan. Safaricom Ethiopia would like to congratulate the IGF, the organisers, the government of Ethiopia, the Ministry of Information and Technology, and all those who've been involved in this fantastic week. I've personally been in Ethiopia for 18 months, working on launching the second telecommunications operator in the country, which the Prime Minister recognised in his speech in the opening ceremony. One of the key messages from the Prime Minister's speech was around the power of digital, the power of the internet to transform people's lives. And the discussions, the debates, the learnings that this forum has had is going to help us all work together to achieve those goals, to enable more people in the world, on this continent, in this country, to use the internet and digital services to help people's lives. So we'd like to congratulate everyone for their debates and discussions. We're very much looking forward to taking those learnings to work in partnership with the government of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Communications Authority and others, to take those learnings for Ethiopia to achieve the country's digital transformation and inclusion objectives. One of our shareholders is Sumitomo from Japan, and having worked with Sumitomo, I know Japan will be a fantastic host for the next IGF, and I congratulate them on that, as has been the Ethiopian government. So a round of applause to everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask my team to please inform me when the Deputy Prime Minister has arrived, so then we can wrap up. Okay, thank you. Please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tasfai Nawai. I am from Ethiopia, Vice President for Federal First Instance Court and a spokesperson for Ethiopian Federal Courts. And I think everyone is happy to be here in Ethiopia, which is a land of origin. Science says that the human being was created, born here in Africa, in Ethiopia, and I think you came again to Ethiopia. Upon that, this event, an international event, has been carried out, I think, efficiently by the Ethiopian government and the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. I think we need to give them a hand of clap for their success.
Thank you very much.
As a person who came from the judiciary, I have learned a lot from different sessions, especially cyber justice, the use of technology in order to realize access to justice. This is a good one, and hopefully the next event will also include cyber justice, law enforcement organs, and how we need to tackle cyber crimes. And I think at the global level, the Cybercrime Convention is maybe going to be adopted by the United Nations. And I think this event is historic event, and I am happy to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So for next year, we will double the time for this event. Instead of 1 hour, it's going to be 2 hours. And unfortunately, I have to say that you're the last speaker, and then we'll just go quick remarks across, and then and we will be having an open call. So please submit your input, and we will post it on the IGF website, and it will also act as an input into our open consultations and MAC meeting in preparation for next year. So please, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jose Fisaka Dudban. I coordinate the Chad Youth IGF. Before to start, I would like to tell you that if I am with this cloth because my African rural communities told me that they want to connect to internet. So if you are here for such a reason, just give applause, please. I'm going to say my comments in Arabic to make sure that multilingualism is promoted in IG ecosystem. في أنشطة IGF التالية نطلب من IGF ماك إرسال دعوات رسمية إلى الحكومات للتأكد من أن الفاعل المتعدد فعال. هل من الممكن أن ننظم يوما ما اجتماعا سنويا لمنتدى إدارة الإنترنت ليس بسبب وجود أزمة عالمية ولكن لضمان وصول جميع البلدان إلى الإنترنت. To finish, on behalf of African Youth IGF coordinators on grassroots, thank you for hosting this. And Her Excellency Huria, we have been challenging, saying that Africa would not be able to organize such a successful IGF. But let me tell you, because of your leadership, we have done it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Masango, can we have at least one woman speaking at the mic, please? Thank you.
I'll try to be quick and follow the time. My intervention is on behalf of the Brazilian coalition, Coalizão Direitos na Rede, and we would like to thank the opportunity to speak now and to be here to the Secretariat and also the host country and the Ethiopian government as well. Speaking from the Global South perspective, we find it super important that after so many years in Europe, we finally came back to Africa. We finally came back to the Global South, which is the majority of the world and where most of us attending this meeting sometimes live. And it's also important because we bring the international community to pay attention to the problems and issues that affect our area, so we are very glad about that. Thanks also to the Ethiopian people for the warmth and receptiveness. Apart from being an example of resistance, your country history is very inspiring, and each and every single one of us here should be aware of that and learn more about Ethiopians and your fight for freedom. On that same happy note, we would like to mention as well that the recent changes in the Brazilian scenario make us extremely happy. We are happy to say that the leadership changes will allow Brazil to reoccupy this place of leadership in the international community and in the international internet governance community, both in multilateral and multi-stakeholder places. Last but not least, we would also like to ask everyone to send good energies and vibes to a member of our community, Danilo Doneda. He's an activist and professional in data protection and digital rights in his fight for life. So if we could have just a round of applause for Danilo, he's really in need for good energies. Thank you.
I will just take one more. I don't see any frantic hands from my side, so please. Please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it very brief. I'm Mark Daresgaard. I am an internet governance consultant and part of the GNSO Council at ICANN, but here I'm strictly, this is my personal opinion. I would like to comment on the technical issues of the IGF. And when I say this, I'm not talking about the local staff or the government. I'm mentioning specifically the IGF as an institution and organization. We have been having continuous problems with the organization of
sorry,
events.
he's here. Please submit, and then we will. So sorry, I was trying to squeeze you in, but I can't.
Thank you, Chengetai. Small problems, but still, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Just quickly down, if you have any comments.
I have just one closing remark. Roll up your sleeves, get to work.
Yes.
Yes. What he said.
Yeah, please. You did? Okay. Any last comments?
Okay, thank you so much. That's the only thing I can say. We really appreciate, and your comments are very valuable. We will take it. There is nothing that makes us happy. How you feel, how you made us feel. So we are really excited as an Ethiopians, and we are very happy. We will take all your valuable inputs, and it will be important for the continent. Thank you.
And I'll just give the last word to our hosts for the venue, just to say if you have any last words. Oh, sorry.
I think we're very tight on time, so I think the main thing would be to say bravo Ethiopia, and bravo as well to all of the participants of IGF. And we look forward to see everyone in African IGF ahead of also going to Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Yeah. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Testing mic. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing mic. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Recording in progress.
His Excellency Mr. Demeka Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency Mrs. Huria Ali, State Minister of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, Excellency Ministers, State Ministers and other senior government officials, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Paul Mitchell, Chairman of IGF MAG, Honorable National Delegates and participants of the 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2022, here in Addis Ababa, and all of you joining us virtually. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good evening and a very warm welcome to the official closing ceremony of the 17th edition of IGF 2022, proudly hosted by the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the motherland of humanity, ladies and gentlemen. IGF 2022 Ethiopia was officially opened on the 28th of November 2022 by His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and has since been running during the whole week under the theme Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, in over 300 sessions and a host of sideline events, bringing together probably close to 3,000 people from around the world, both on-site and online. I hope you've had a very pleasant stay in Addis Ababa. Do you agree with me? And more importantly, the aims of the forum have been met. The following video will show some of the highlights of the week, and I'll leave you with the highlights of the video for today. The 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2022 Ethiopia, is now in session in Addis Ababa.
We recognize that our aspirations and international journey to realizing a prosperous Ethiopia, a conducive and inclusive for all.
Let us spare no efforts in highlighting the promises and the perils of the digital space.
We often hear that the future will be digital, but the future of digital must be human-centered. That ambition is reflected in your theme, building a resilient internet for a shared, sustainable and common future.
The best way we can elevate the IGF is to help to transform and transmit the things that it has discovered in the course of its discussions into actionable policy recommendations.
Empowering African citizens to not only be consumers of digital technology, but creators of digital technology.
The 17th annual IGF has been one of the best IGFs when it comes about the diversity of participation, but also about the quality of the discussions.
It's a unique opportunity to share many experiences from the stakeholders of the internet from all corners of the world.
IGF 2022.
Oh, what a week. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you all making it happen. here in Addis Ababa. Now I'd like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Huria Ali, State Minister of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, the coordinating government organ of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the host nation of the 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency the State Minister.
Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Damaka Mukunnan, Excellencies and Excellency, our Minister, Dr. Ballet Amulla, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends joining us online from around the world. On behalf of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, Government of Ethiopia, as co-chair of the multi-stakeholder advisor group of the IGF, I am very pleased to deliver this statement, which has happened with 5 days. Today marks the successful conclusion of the 17th Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the land of origins. We in Ethiopia are very honored to bring the UN IGF to Addis Ababa. It was 2011, nearly 11 years ago, when IGF was last held in Africa continent in Nairobi. It backs to our continent, Africa, again after 11 years. I would like to say congratulations for African people. We are extremely grateful for our collaboration with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the IGF Secretariat, and UNECA. We thank UNECA not only for their support for the conference, but also for their strong commitment to digital agenda of Africa and Ethiopia. I thank the leadership of Mr. Paul, the chair of the multi-stakeholder advisor group of the IGF, as well as all fellow of MAG members. They have put together highly relevant and useful topics and ensure that top global experts have joined us at various sessions and workshops. We were also privileged to host the first in-person meeting of IGF leadership panel. We certainly cannot express enough thanks for the in-person participation of Minter Vanchev, the chair of the IGF leadership. Thank you, Mr. Vent. I also thank all my colleagues from the government who worked with us patiently the past weeks and months. We should also acknowledge more than 100 volunteers who helped tirelessly during the past weeks and makes this event a successful one. We would also like to thank the participants, and there were more than 5,120 on-site and off-site participants from all over more than 170 countries, 17 ministries, and 18 parliamentarians. 35 countries also took precious time out of their busy schedule to join us here. All of you allocated your previous times to be with us in Ethiopia this week. IGF certainly cannot be detached from the internet. We had many remote participants bringing additional insights and perspectives. There are more than 300 sessions held this past week, ranging from main sessions, open forums, workshops, to lightning sessions, also other informal gathering and side events. We also thank all UN staff for conference services, securities, news carriage, communication outreach, remote participation, technical infrastructures. Let me also thank the senior officials of UN agencies, especially to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Under-Secretary General Lee, Under-Secretary Mr. Amandi, as well as Under-Secretary Melissa, Under-Secretary Verker, and Ms. Doreen, the ITU Secretary General-elect, as well as UN colleagues. other 10 other UN agencies for their active participation. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, IGF, Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, is critical. This year's key themes are focused on the UN Secretariat General's proposed Digital Compact. The 5 themes were connecting all people, safeguarding human rights, avoiding internet fragmentations, governing data, protecting privacy, enabling safety, security, and accountability, addressing advanced technologies, including the artificial intelligence. It speaks to the reality of our interconnected society that we need unity and digital cooperation. I would like to share some key highlights of Addis Ababa IGF messages. On the number 1, on connecting all people and safeguarding human rights, we agree that internet connectivity and access have become prerequisites for ensuring livelihoods, safety, education of people world over. Yet 2.7 billion remains unconnected, with those in less developed countries and rural communities of most affected. Key actions are proposed on meaningful access and connectivity. In ensuring digital inclusion, it is also important to leverage the internet as a platform to unlock innovation and prosperity. Access that contributes to well-being of societies must also have human rights at its center. The internet is an enabler of rights and must seamlessly incorporate established human rights. As we increase our digital dependency for routine function, boundaries between online and offline no longer apply. Second, on avoiding internet fragmentation. Participants have divergent views about internet fragmentation, underpinning the complexity of the digital issues. Clearly, an open, freely accessible, interoperable internet delivers immense benefits, fostering social development and economic prosperity. However, internet fragmentation, but it in the form of internet shutdowns, contain blocking and private sector monopolies of internet traffic, cannot inflict profound damage to the life of and human rights of people. Internet shutdown, for example, can have a negative impact on jobs, education, health, and political participation. There is a call for technology companies to assume responsibility for fragmented internet and started multi-stakeholder collaboration as critical to address internet fragmentation. Well, all agree on the value of being part of an interoperable global internet that also respects diversity. The third, on governance, data, and protecting privacy. We identify the importance of linkage between data and privacy protection, access to information, and human rights. We all agree data is a valuable commodity in high demand from governments, businesses, and other organizations. While data personal information have been used for a good to improve lives and advanced economies in societies, its unauthorized collection, tracking, transfer, or sale has compromised users' privacy and security. Experts here at IGF call attention to the important role of cross-border data flows in open market economies and societies. Cross-border data transfer should take place within the context of human rights. Interventions were made on the need for stakeholders to focus not only on data protection, but more importantly, on data justice. Access to user data should have clear outside to avoid further fragmenting the internet and infringing on human rights and freedoms. Fourth, on enabling safety, security, and accountability. We acknowledge that cybersecurity is being approached in a more whole of society, human-centric manner. This is also more focused on how human rights integrated into cybersecurity measures. Progress has been uneven, but some countries have made progress in developing nations' mechanisms for responding to threats. Examples including passing data protecting laws, provide breach notification requirements, investing in research and development for digital transformation, launching a national cybersecurity strategy. Efforts to address cybersecurity must center around people and the impact of these attacks, their lives and livelihoods. We also stress the need for the government to be transparent and accountable. Fifth, the last but not the least, fifth, on addressing advanced technology, including artificial intelligence, it's clearly evident that advanced digital technologies increasingly shaped our economy and society, from artificial intelligence to smart devices, from blockchains to big data, robotics, Internet of Things, and among others. There is not only untapped potential, but also uncertainties. Beyond their promises, the technologies come with pitfalls. From instance, algorithm decision-making could result in biases, discriminations, harmful stereotypes, wider social inequalities, and bias in artificial intelligence-based systems can pose threats to human safety and human rights. Shaping these new digital technologies to meet the needs of our societies, particularly in Africa, is very critical. To collect outcomes of our quality discussions highlights the pertinence of these issues to all countries, particularly in Africa. I believe the Addis Ababa IGF message will be relevant inputs for the proposed Global Digital Compact to be consulted and agreed at the UN Summit of the Future in 2024. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia has had the honor to host IGF. We have also benefited from hosting the IGF within innovations in programming and intersectional activities in bottom manners based on feedback from the multi-stakeholder community, in line with the call from greater participation from stakeholders from developing countries, improve working modalities. We wish that all participants will benefit fully from your productive meeting and useful outcomes at this IGF. We wish you safe travel back to your home. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ms. Huria Ali, State Minister of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizing government organ from the Ethiopian side is the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, and the Minister himself, His Excellency Dr. Belete Molla, is here amongst us. So if you think the event has been successfully organized, this is now your moment to congratulate them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'll leave the floor to Ms. Fikir Andargacho, Vice President, Digital Transformation Ethiopia Association, to make a few remarks.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency, Ministers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to express the honor and gratitude I feel to stand here and deliver this remark at this esteemed global event. As you well know, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world is undergoing major changes due to technological and digital advancements. Internet has become a global phenomenon for the last 20 years and has transformed almost every aspect of our lives. The way we communicate, the way we learn, work, entertain, and anything in between. Ethiopia, as part of the global community, is also experiencing the changes caused by the accelerated expansion of the internet. More than a quarter of Ethiopians now use the internet. In response to these disruptive changes, Ethiopia is fostering the digital ecosystem in terms of developing different digital and digital-savvy legal frameworks in terms of enabling digital businesses, developing human capacities with digital skills, digital literacy, and much more. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the relevance of internet governance forums such as this one and other similar events for the digital ecosystem is undeniably crucial. The exchange of information, sharing of good practices, creating the stage where various key stakeholders, including policymakers, meet has paramount significance towards shaping and revolutionizing the steps that are being taken towards building a sustainable digital economy. Excellencies, our association, the Digital Transformation Ethiopia, has numerous members that have their own private ventures in varied sectors, and all of them believe in advocating for a digital transformation in the country. To this end, our association focuses on advocacy on digital-related policies, digital ecosystem, infrastructure promotion, and conducting capacity building. Our association has had various opportunities to advocate for changes to be possible on infrastructure, including the internet, at various levels, including an active contribution at the policy level. As a conclusion, numerous takeaways and actions have been generated from the different sessions that were underway in the last few days during the forum, and I would like to give an assurance that our association will work closely on identified issues and actions to be addressed by civil societies like us. Finally, I believe that all of you participants have had a pleasant stay here in Addis Ababa, and as the President, on behalf of the Digital Ethiopia Association, I wish you a safe journey as you make your trips back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fikran Nargacho, Vice President of Digital Transformation Ethiopia Association. Our next speaker from the private sector is Mr. Baharu Zainu, CEO of Africom. Mr. Baharu, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Mr. Demeka Mokonnen, Deputy Prime Minister, Federal Democratic of Ethiopia, Excellency Ministers, IGF Secretariat members, UNECE representatives, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, we must thank the Internal Governance Secretariat to choose Ethiopia to host the 17th edition of IGF at Addis Ababa. Thank you so much. Further, my sincere thanks and notes of appreciation for the government of Ethiopia to provide required assistance, and Ministry of Innovation and Technology to closely work with IGF Secretariat to provide all possible means. Notes of appreciation for all the stakeholders associated with the relevant, starting with dignitaries at the dais, the participants, panelists, moderators, and delegates. In the vibrant forum for the last 5 days, many issues discussed, actions recommended, suggested, forwarded, reflection of views on several important topics discussed, debated. Hence now it is time to act upon without delay. The networking events during the day and evening hours were truly engaging. The industry leaders discussed several issues and their experience to handle, resolve challenges. It has left a positive impact and motivation for the actors involved in the respective areas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now quickly I represent private sector of Ethiopia. Our main objective is driving the economy for sustainable and inclusive growth, which indeed includes outcomes like poverty reduction and creating job opportunities for women and youth. Country like us, digital economy is the future. It can't be ignored in our country where ICT is considered as one of major pillars out of 5 of homegrown economy development agenda by the government of Ethiopia. We as private sector has lots of work in hand to create governance structure for inclusive, productive, and regulated use of internet. Most of the time, misuse create a setback for the policymakers, even to the leaders, to take forward steps. We believe there are lots of learning during the past session, which will be useful for us to unlearn and learn for mutual benefit and building inclusive internet governance ecosystem. The challenge in terms of internet governance is huge unless the major actors like government, civil society, private sectors, and academia put their coordinated efforts. We request all actors to work hard on this agenda. We promise we'll keep learning and keep participating and make a brighter future shared for all. Last but not least, gratitude for all supporting staff, security officials on duty, volunteers, the chauffeurs to pick and drop guests, the caterers for arranging all the cuisine, delicious cuisine, waiters for serving us, event organizers like Yodana, and all others associates, including our moderator, Mr. Shimalis. Please give them big applause for those who make this successful. Finally, wish you all our guests a happy and lovely journey back home. We thank you. See you in some or other events soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bahar Zaino, CEO of AFRICOM. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Fiona Asonga, CEO of Technology Service Providers of Kenya.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to just present a submission on behalf of the region's technical community. The Technology Service Providers Association is part of the region's technical community, bringing together several technology organizations from across and beyond Kenya. Safaricom Ethiopia, Safaricom Kenya, Ethiotel, we're still reaching out, so they're soon going to be members. The reason is because we work together as a community in the spirit of Ubuntu. It has been an honor for Africa as a continent to host the 17th United Nations Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This has provided us with yet again another opportunity to strengthen Africa's participation in these very important conversations. And every time we've had a global meeting in Africa, we are able to empower our members, to empower our youth, to empower our communities. The IGF engagements have enabled several stakeholders to participate in the collaborative nature of the internet ecosystem. Key to this multi-stakeholder collaboration is realizing that no one voice or approach is final. Others may have a view, others may have done some work in an area, and so we come together to continue building jointly to improve the ecosystem as a whole. Over the years, we have seen the transition of some of the discussions and ideas tabled at the IGF move into, translated into implementable industry best practices that are adapted by the technical community. When you look at issues such as data minimization practices, digital rights, for various services being offered by the technical community across the world, the conversations, some of them began at such IGF meetings. Hosting this IGF in Africa, where the youth are more than 60% of the population and are vibrant technology innovators, has greatly contributed to the development of a group of young innovators with a different approach to technology solutions. This is because they are forced to create a balance between various innovations that they are creating and the various variables that they have to address, which are basically the issues covered at the IGF, particularly for those who are gathering in this meeting and who are able to attend this IGF. The IGF discussions have also over the years set groundwork and planted a seed that must be nurtured by all stakeholders. It was at the IGF that we first had our first discussion on, for example, the Internet Exchange Point best practices. And that conversation continued and has gone on over the years, enabling the exchange point operators globally to set standards and agree on improving on best practices to ensure that the internet as an important resource is accessible to all. The launch of the Coalition for Digital Africa could not have happened at a better time and in a better location on the African soil. The continent is ripe for internet connectivity and digitization. A large number of innovations are being developed on this continent as our governments drive a smart economy agenda. And this has created opportunities for innovators that support the digital economies of the respective countries in the midst of implementing the African Confederation Free Trade Area that is changing the way we trade and the way we do business. This is having us to look and relook at a number of things such as the boundaries and our boundary issues when it comes to cross-data communication and cross-data transactions, and pretty much changing all of our social, economic, and political interactions. We acknowledge that we live in uncertain times with global and regional geopolitical tensions, the COVID crisis, climate change, and therefore, a global unified internet will help us to address these challenges, but it should not be taken for granted. There have to be many important discussions that take place to ensure that we maintain a unified internet. During this IGF, important sessions have taken place discussing on how to identify and avoid fragmentation of this global resource. The internet technical community globally stand ready to work with all stakeholders to ensure that we can retain the value of a global internet for all the world's people. There is one of these global organizations that has a motto, one world, one internet, which is what we need to try to strive to work towards, because that's the only way we can guarantee the use of the internet in a manner that guarantees future generations a better environment and better opportunities. On behalf of the region's technical community, I would like to just appreciate the hosts of the IGF, and I would like to, in a special way, to recognize the effort that the UN ICT team has done, the service providers, Ethiotel, and Safaricom, the Ethiopian Communications Authority, and all the technical support that has gone into making this meeting happen. We hosted the meeting in Nairobi. I was in charge of the technical service delivery. I understand and relate to how difficult it can be. Sometimes it's challenging, the systems challenge us to perform better. But I believe that in this meeting, a lot of effort has been made to make sure that the team dealing with connectivity handled the challenges in stride and were able to ensure that the 300 sessions were all both virtual and physical. And I would just like us to applaud the technical team particularly for that effort. And with that, I'd like to wish you all a safe journey back home, and thank you, and see you at the next Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fiona Sunga, Technology Service Providers, CEO of Technology Service Providers of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome the IGF Youth Representative, Ms. Pia Piri Lewin, for her remarks.
Minglava, good evening, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and all wonderful young people. I'm Pio from Myanmar. It is my great honor to speak in this IGF 2023 closing ceremony representing the Asia-Pacific youth community. First of all, I would like to congratulate to the host country, Ethiopian government, Prime Minister and Minister, and also IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group, UN IGF secretariats, and the team for this successful and fascinating IGF event. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to participate in this forum, because many of our young people are from the lower income group. So if we didn't get any kinds of support, we couldn't make to attend these events in person. So, and also I have learned many things from this forum. And also I got the chance to experience the Ethiopian culture, cuisines, and so on because of my generous Ethiopian friends. Thank you for that as well. This year, IGF theme is Resilience Internet for a Shared, Sustainable, and Common Future. To move forward to a resilient Internet by sharing the values of sustainability and common future for us, we cannot forget the roles of the young people. While shaping the future of the Internet, we young people are the future generation as well as the future leader. We have to be part of the finding the solution, drafting the framework for our digital world. On the other hand, there are many opportunities and challenges we are facing when we are start engaging in this community. And also, there are also risks impacting our commitments and contribution to our community. So, how we can connect with each other for sustainable and better future of the Internet? The answer will be the sustainable community. Sustainability in how we use our natural resources, sustainability of the Internet infrastructure, sustainability in policy making, and sustainability in people, talents, and the leadership. The impacts of digital technology are far-reaching in our life, whether it is positive or negative. We learn from the past lessons to create our digital future. Also, as a young people from a developing country, my internet age is just 12 years old, which means I started surfing the internet when in the 2011. The reason why I'm here today is because of my own story. I also believe that everyone who is here today has their own story as well. And in this internet governance community, we may diverse in terms of our nationality and the background. But I do believe that we have the same and common goal for shaping our internet and internet community. We also have to educate the next generation and empower the young people around us to understand and advocate a more secure, open, and trusted internet. Of course, raising awareness is a fundamental step to strengthening our community. So we young people need your support both in guidance and mentorship, as well as funding resources and opportunity for continuous involvement in this internet governance community. And also, 8 billion in the world and 4.7 billion are living in the Asia-Pacific region. Only 2.5 billion of them are online. The internet issues and accessibilities are also state challenges in our region because of the political conflict, internet shutdown, internet infrastructure developments, and the inclusions of the intercepts and marginalized community. We need our empower youth community to contribute youth voices from the local to the global level. Young people from the underprivileged background like me also desire to voice out their difficulties and issues. And I'm also delighted that Internet Governance Forum 2023 will coming back to the Asia-Pacific region next year, 10 years after the last meeting in the Bali, Indonesia. I'm also excited that it will be in the Kyoto, Japan, because Kyoto is such beautiful and historical place, and embodying with the Asian cultures and the tradition. And also in this speech, I would like to read a poem written by me during this forum, reflecting all of my experience. The poem name is Technology and Community. Let me read it out. When some people shape the technology, technology shapes the majority. When the majority lack capacity and agency, we have to be after community, which in turn shape people. When we talk about the community, we have to consider inclusion, diversity, and sustainability. When a person is young and green, they can transform with their opportunity. When opportunity become the challenges, the impact will determine their future path. Not everything is easy for everyone in life. There is no benefit without a trade-off in the world. We have to remember that there are many costs behind the benefit. However, if we have the global consensus and common goal for our digital future, the sense of belonging to each other will impact and help us to create our digital world. Finally, I would like to welcome all to participate in the next year Internet Governance Forum 2023 in the Kyoto, Japan, in Japanese language. 皆様、来年 IGF 2023 Kyoto 日本の京都で会いましょう。Thank you, my friend, for structuring this sentence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pio Thiri Luin, IGF Youth Representative, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, next we'll hear from Chair of IGF MAG, Mr. Paul Micher. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Paul Micher, Chair of IGF MAG.
What a remarkable week. Over 4,000 registrants, over 300 sessions, over a theme of resilient internet for a shared, sustainable, and common future, and related sub-themes. Rocking my view. It's my honor to chair the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF, which over the past many months has been responsible for capturing and curating the program that we've been sharing this week. I want to recognize the tremendous effort and the collaboration that MAG members put into the process leading up to this week's meeting. I want to thank all of you who participated and shared your thoughts, your insights, your critique, and your willingness to make a difference. This meeting comes at a critical time when the world is asking hard questions about internet and digital governance. The UN system as a whole is increasingly leaning into technology questions, issues, and recognizing the value of the intertwined nature of our shared reliance on the internet. The IGF is more than ever necessary. The level of interest in digital and internet governance has never been higher, and our selected themes reflect a goal of aligning the work of the IGF with other UN work and policy issues, including the Global Digital Compact and the Summit on the Future. Now, when the Internet Governance Forum was created as an outcome of the World Summit on the Information Society in 2005, it was an innovation. It was an innovation at a time when we were only just beginning to see the potential of the internet and digital technologies. Rather than opt for a top-down government-led governance treaty, those pioneers adopted the innovation of the multi-stakeholder model, and that has led to the vibrant IGF we see today. That's grown to include 152 national and regional IGFs, complete with an abundance of intersessional activities, dynamic coalitions, best practice forums, and policy networks, and attention to the future with youth engagement and a parliamentary track. All innovations developed over the past 17 years, resulting in the vibrant event that we experienced this week. Innovation takes courage. Innovation breaks through established barriers to change the game, meeting old needs in new ways or more efficiently. Or it meets new needs or wants that we didn't necessarily know we had. Home video recorders, the personal computer, smartphones were all each innovations in their time. They were initially viewed with skepticism, and each has created billions of dollars in value for consumers and industry alike. And of course, now we have the internet. Innovators typically face tough challenges, ridicule, and doubt. Galileo was investigated by the Roman Inquisition as he tried to understand our universe. The Royal Society refused to publish Edward Jenner's paper on smallpox. The Scientific American dubbed the Wright brothers the lying brothers, ridiculing their attempts at flying at Kitty Hawk. And the Italian Minister of Posts and Telegraphs suggested that Marconi visit an insane asylum when he requested funding to research wireless technologies. These characters all faced obstacles, but they each had vision and passion and overcame them. Galileo's innovation eventually led us to the moon. Dr. Jenner's innovation eradicated smallpox, saving millions. The Wright brothers' innovation shrank the planet, and Marconi's innovation became the foundation of the modern wireless communications that we are using today. Add to this list the internet innovators who work every day to change our world for the better, to achieve digital equity, to apply technologies in service of solving the planet's largest challenges. There were and are still many naysayers when it comes to multi-stakeholder governance. But adopting a multi-stakeholder model for the governance discussions that recognize the respective roles of governments, the private sector, civil society, has allowed for the norms, rules, and decision-making processes to evolve and enable the tremendous developments that have taken place over the past nearly 2 decades. Over time, using this governance model together, we have achieved, at best, or at least I should say, a rough consensus around principles that aim to sustain the global internet, reinforcing core democratic principles, fundamental freedoms, and human rights as reflected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But while we have made meaningful progress, much remains to be done. The IGF is continuing its own innovation with a high-level panel and the emerging engagements with the Tech Envoy and the Global Digital Compact and Summit for the Future. But as we conclude IGF 2022, 2022, I hope that you have been inspired and rejuvenated. Going forward, I hope you're motivated to build upon the work that's gone so far, defend the legacy of innovation that's been so important to date. In closing, I want to thank the government of Ethiopia for its support and gracious hospitality, and all of you for your participation and for everything you've contributed to make IGF 2022 a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Michel, Chairman of IGF MAG. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, next we hear a video message from His Excellency Mr. Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination, International Affairs, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan.
参加者の皆様、ご列席の皆様、日本国総務大臣の松本剛明です。本年の素晴らしい IGF 年次総会を締めくくるにあたって、私から一言申し上げる機会をいただき、光栄に思います。まずは IGF 開催に尽力されたエチオピア政府及びその他の関係者の皆様、国連事務局やマルチステークホルダーアドバイザリーグループの皆様、そしてさまざまなセッションの企画や充実した議論に貢献されたすべての参加者に敬意を表します。新型コロナウイルス感染症の蔓延やロシアによるウクライナ侵略をはじめとする地政学上のさまざまな問題によって世界が深刻な影響を受ける中、私たちはインターネットの持つ力やその価値を再認識することとなりました。インターネットも世界中の経済活動を支え、経済成長をもたらすエンジンであるだけでなく、包摂的な社会参画の基盤としても重要であり、未来のグローバルなデジタル社会のために共に守り、発展させていかなければならないものです。また、今年の IGF のテーマである持続可能な共通の未来のためのレジリエントなインターネットが示すように、世界中のあらゆる人々がグローバルな課題に立ち向かい、SDGs の達成に大きく貢献するためには、すべての人々がインターネットにつながり、さらに安心してデジタル社会に参画できることが重要です。我が国でも岸田総理のリーダーシップのもと、デジタル田園都市国家構想を推進し、特に地方でのデジタル技術の実装を進めることで、各地域が抱えるさまざまな課題を解決し、誰一人取り残さない持続可能な社会の実現に向けて取り組んでいるところです。一方で、インターネットの発展が違法有害情報、偽情報の拡散、プライバシーの侵害、 セキュリティへの脅威などさまざまな課題を生んできたのも事実です。このような状況があるからこそ、世界中のさまざまな地域からさまざまな立場の参加者が議論するマルチステークホルダーアプローチによる議論が重要であり、この多様性と包摂性こそインターネットがイノベーションを通じて新たな価値と成長を生み出してきた力の源泉であり、我々が IGF を通じ守り発展させていかなくてはならないものの確信です。こうした理解に基づき我が国は来年2023年 IGF をホストすることといたしました。ここに IGF2023 は2023年10月8日から10月12日にかけて日本の京都市で開催されることを宣言します。より包摂的で実効的な IGF の在り方を探求し、自由で開かれた安全で分断のないインターネットの維持発展に向け、皆様が来年10月京都にお越しになり、共に議論できることを楽しみにしています。来年京都でお会いしましょう。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Yoshida, Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the floor Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Antonio Pedro.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Mr. Demeke Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, Missy Uria Ali, State Minister for Innovation and Technology, Ethiopia, Honorable Ministers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great honor hosting you at the United Nations Conference Center here in Addis Ababa. With more than 300 sessions organized over these last 4 days, this has been the biggest IGF since its inception 17 years ago. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this historic event in the diplomatic center of Africa. Okay. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the IGF Secretariat, the ITU, and the many other partners and participants for making the 17th United Nations Internet Governance Forum such a success. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, each year as IGF convenes, new ideas are born, new partnerships forged, and alliances strengthened. This year, we had the privilege to host the African Parliamentarian Network on Internet governance for the first time, a feat of its own with sessions that strengthen the parliamentarian track. The Youth Congress and volunteers brought with them vibrancy and strength. The WSIS was reinforced as an important tool in onboarding governments to Internet governance. We also saw the launch of the Coalition for Digital Africa, Africa Internet Community Backpack Initiative, and ECA's cybersecurity model law. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout these 4 days, we have seen committed engagement from participants around the world, highlighted current global concerns on digital sovereignty, misinformation, interoperability, affordability, internet shutdowns, freedom of expression, and most importantly, capacity and infrastructure gaps. We heard your call that IGF should put forth tangible proposals, whether for shaping global norms and standards or for impacting national level regulations. I would like to highlight some of the key points that stood out to me at this IGF. First, governance of advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, could be pursued through experimentation and policy sandboxes, given the dynamic nature of these technologies. Second, Local context is important for internet usage, and this should be reflected in its governance to avoid internet fragmentation. Third, universal service funds and community networks offer viable solutions for connectivity and bringing everyone online. Fourth, an inclusive and safe cyberspace is a necessity to ensure no one is left behind in the digital transformation journey and everyone is safe online. Fifth and last, partnership with all stakeholders should be at the foundation of digital transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must utilize the momentum garnered during this IGF. The UN Global Digital Compact consultations offer a platform to continue the learnings and networks forged at IGF. In addition, the UN Summit for the Future in 2024 will serve as an excellent platform for reaffirming the UN Charter, reinvigorating multilateralism, and agreeing on concrete solutions to digital challenges. Moreover, IGF demographic is getting younger. Young people at IGF now account for around 50% of the total attendees, and an excellent sign for the next generation of digital natives. This IGF has also seen a higher number of African participants than any other before, at a time where the continent is at the peak of digital transformation and implementation of its 10-year digital transformation strategy, 2020-2030. ECA remains committed to supporting African voices at the global stage on internet governance in and out of season. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the achievements of our theme, resilient internet for shared, sustainable, and common future, we must strive for frameworks that are resilient amid uncertainty, unforeseen wars, and the prevalent digital divide, among others. I trust you live here, as I will be inspired and even more determined to deliver together for inclusive digital development. We look forward to passing this baton, one that is resilient, open, unfragmented, affordable, and inclusive internet to the next hosts of the IGF. See you at the next IGF in Tokyo, Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great honor and privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted that Internet Governance Forum 2022 has been a resounding success in the organization of the various events and the contents covered. I thank you for your active engagement and for making the IGF 2022 a great success. My sincere appreciation for your active participation in such large numbers in the IGF 2022 Ethiopia. I am confident that you have exchanged important insights and that this will lead to progressive actions emerging from IGF. Resilient Internet for a shared, sustainable, and common future is a topic of utmost importance for all countries. I hope that the decisions in the various sessions have created a common understanding of the practical utility of digital media and connectivity for growth and development. The diversity of the participants in IGF 2022 Ethiopia, countries at various stages of development, industry, youth, parliamentarians, as well as civil society representatives have been very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that IGF 2022 is being held as our country is turning a page from the 2 years of conflicts in northern Ethiopia. We are on course of diligently implementing the peace deal and providing emergency relief and service to that part of our country. Even when we were at the height of the conflict, we never relented from fighting poverty. Ethiopia has persisted in its drive for prosperity and building a digital economy. We attribute the success of the IGF to a dedicated team working day and night with a real commitment to a shared future. I would just like to extend my gratitude to the organizers, the IGF Secretariat, and the members of the multi-stakeholder advisory group. Congratulations on the success of your tireless effort. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, the National Steering Committee, and the local secretariats, as well as the volunteers who have worked tirelessly and professionally to make the IGF 2022 a great success. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, IGF has been successfully conducted for the last 17 years as a major platform for nurturing a common understanding of internet governance. We wish the IGF to assume additional responsibilities such as following up on the implementation of its outcomes. It could also pass some decisions on selected issues without losing its features as a forum for open collaboration and free flow of ideas. We believe this will enable the IGF more to safeguard the World Summit on the Information Society principles and move discussion forward toward appropriate actions. I hope this agenda will be raised in subsequent forums. Ethiopia will continue supporting the IGF as observed in the hosting of this successful forum. For those of you who traveled from abroad, I hope you have a memorable stay in Ethiopia. Please make a point to visit the splendors of our country in your leisure time. I wish you all safe travel back to your destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for coming and being here with us for the official closing of the 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you all very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia has been hugely pleased to have had you for 1 week here in Addis Ababa for this important gathering, this important world gathering of the world of the internet and digital technology. Thank you all very much for having been here with us. It was a great 1 week of Ethiopia's history, we would say, because such an international mix of people would be a rare opportunity. Thank you all very much. Ethiopia extends gratitude to you all. With those closing remarks of His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister, the IGF 2020 will now be returned back to the United Nations with a video message by His Excellency Mr. Junhua Lee, UN Under Secretary General for the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, whose video message will now be viewed.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to deliver this closing statement on behalf of the United Nations. The past 5 days of the 17th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum have been very intensive, but also inspiring, motivating, and fruitful. I hope that all of you have found this forum an incredible experience with the active contributions from several thousands of stakeholders coming from across the world and from diverse disciplines and backgrounds. This is what is unique about the IGF. It is a vibrant participatory space, multi-stakeholder platform, and a multilateral process involving input from over 117 countries. It gives us hope that working together, we can meet the challenges and seize the opportunities created by internet and digital transformation. Inspired by the Secretary General, we must ensure that digital future puts people first. Myriads of the issues have been spotlighted in this forum over the past week. Through the IGM's main themes, you have addressed the specifics of the major digital policy areas, ranging from connectivity and human rights to internet fragmentation and emerging technologies. And all of you, as the forum participants, have demonstrated to the world that if we cooperate, we can harness the true power of the digital technologies, changing lives for better. Your outputs are consolidated in the IGF messages from Addis Ababa. Let us now embark on a mission to ensure these messages reach everyone and inform the decision makers. I call upon all stakeholders to disseminate the messages from Addis Ababa to your networks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now, on behalf of the United Nations, to thank the government of Ethiopia for its generous and warm hospitality as host to the 17th IGM. Thank you also to our colleagues of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for their outstanding support. Thank you also to all participants here in Addis Ababa or virtually across the world. IGF is a success, first and foremost, because of your support and commitment to the multi-stakeholder model. Please remember, the IGF is not just a stand-alone yearly meeting. It's a year-long cyclic process with rich intersessional work streams. I hope that you will continue to engage as we work together towards the 18th session of the IGF next year in Japan. We are looking forward to working very closely with our Japanese hosts. I thank you again for your rich contributions. And for those of you present in Addis Ababa, have a safe journey back home. See you next year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Junhua, Under Secretary General for the Department of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, who was here in person during the opening session. Thank you so much, Mr. Undersecretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we will finally view a video of what will be waiting for you next year for the IGF 18 in Japan, Tokyo. Ladies and gentlemen, a video from not Tokyo, it's Kyoto. Japan, Kyoto is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 18th edition of IGF is going to be in Japan, Kyoto, Japan 2023, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the government of Ethiopia would like to sincerely thank everyone involved in the organization of the 17th IGF. If you agree with me, you would give them a stand-up ovation to the following entities who have done a great job in organizing this event so impeccably. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Committee, the Steering Committee, the Ethiopia IGF 2022 Secretariat, and of course, the proudly African event organizers who showed us that Africa can and does it all the time. Rwanda Events and Flawless Events team. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, will leave the auditorium and then we'll give you final announcements before everybody leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm farewell to His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who will have a group photo. Thank you very much again, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister of Ethiopia. Thank you very much, Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, we know you have a lot of memories and experiences to remember Ethiopia by, but the Ethiopia team has also offered a little piece of Ethiopia as you go home to remember Ethiopia by. As you leave the auditorium, the famous world-class Ethiopian coffee is awaiting everyone to take home and to remember Ethiopia by. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful flight home. We'll hope to see you again one way or another for IGF or for any other event. But thank you so very much for having been with us so far. Thank you and have a safe flight home.